Hey friends! Glad you're here at Eclipse Wizardry. We've cooked up something special. What if Hermione and Daphne's soul brands appeared on Harry at age 7 and no Veela could ever claim him? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, The Burning the Cupboard Under the Stairs. At number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 37 inches wide and 62 inches long. Harry knew this because he had measured it once with a piece of string he'd found in the garden, and then he had lain in the dark counting the inches like other children counted sheep. He was 7 years old, and he had already learned the most important rule of living with the Dursleys: be small. Take up no space. Make no sound. Eat what you're given, be grateful it isn't less, and never, ever let them see you looking at something you wanted. Because wanting things was the first step toward losing them, and Harry had learned early that loss was the only currency he reliably earned. It was a Tuesday in late July when everything changed. Not dramatically, not with trumpets or lightning, though lightning would have been appropriate given what came next. It started as an itch. Harry woke at 2:30 in the morning to find both his wrists burning like he'd pressed them against Aunt Petunia's iron. He scrambled upright in the dark, cracking his head against the low shelf where he kept his spare sock and the 3 library books he'd checked out under Dudley's name because Aunt Petunia had cut up his card when he was 6. He pressed his wrists against his chest and breathed through it. The burning spread, not outward, not into his arms, but deeper, like something was being written on the inside of his bones. It lasted maybe 3 minutes. Then it stopped. He lay there shaking in the dark, listening to Vernon Dursley snore through 2 walls and a ceiling. When he finally worked up the nerve to look, he had to squint, because the cupboard's single thin line of light came from the gap under the door, and it wasn't much. But it was enough to see the marks. On his left wrist, a pattern of lines so fine and precise they looked almost printed, a snowflake, hexagonal and perfect, each branch splitting into 3 and then 3 again, the whole thing no larger than a 50-pence piece but impossibly detailed. It sat against his skin like it had always been there, like it had just been waiting for the skin to be old enough to hold it. On his right wrist, something that looked like it had grown rather than been drawn. Vines, thin and elegant, curling around each other in a way that suggested motion, as though if he watched long enough, they would actually move. Thorns, small and precisely spaced, and between the vines, tiny flowers that he didn't know the name of. It covered nearly twice the area of the snowflake, running from just above his pulse point to the base of his palm. Harry stared at both of them for a long time. Then he did the only sensible thing, which was to pull his sleeves down and go back to sleep. He spent the next 3 days waiting for Uncle Vernon to notice. He wore his longest-sleeved shirt, the gray one 2 sizes too large that had been Dudley's before Dudley decided it wasn't cool anymore, and he kept his hands in his pockets at every possible opportunity, and he did not think about the marks at all. He was very good at not thinking about things. On Friday morning, Aunt Petunia noticed. She grabbed his wrist to turn him around when she wanted him to wash the breakfast dishes faster, her usual technique, and her fingers closed over the snowflake, and she went very still. The silence lasted about 4 seconds. Then she made a sound Harry had never heard from her before, halfway between a gasp and a hiss, and she dropped his wrist like it had burned her. "What," she said, "is that?" It wasn't really a question. Her voice had gone thin and high, the way it got when she was frightened rather than angry, and that was worse. Aunt Petunia's anger was a known quantity. Her fear tended to produce consequences. Harry thought about lying. He was quite good at lying, not mean lying, not the kind Dudley did when he wanted something, but the careful, self-preserving kind that was mostly just misdirection and staying quiet. But something made him hold his arm out and push his sleeve up all the way. Both arms, wrists up, marks visible. "They appeared Tuesday night," he said. "I don't know what they are." Petunia stared. Her face did something complicated that Harry couldn't quite read, because somewhere underneath the thinly disguised revulsion that was her default setting for anything magical, there was something that looked almost like recognition. "Go to your cupboard," she said. Aunt Petunia, now, boy." He went. He heard her on the phone 20 minutes later, but her voice was too low and too careful for him to make out the words, and he had learned not to press his ear to the door when she was in a mood like this, because if Vernon found him eavesdropping, the loss of meals was the least of his concerns. He sat in the dark and looked at his wrists and thought about the way the marks felt, not like a burn anymore, but like a hum. A low, constant vibration beneath the skin, like a string that had been plucked and hadn't quite finished resonating. He had no way of knowing that 412 miles away, in a neat semi-detached house in Oxfordshire, a bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger had woken up at exactly 2:30 in the morning with both her wrists burning, and had, characteristically, turned on her bedside lamp immediately, located her wrists, examined the marks with focused calm, and then gone to wake her parents because she was 8 years old and magical things happening to her body seemed like relevant information for the adults in her life. He also had no way of knowing that somewhat further away, in a manor house in Wiltshire that made Privet Drive look like a garden shed, a girl named Daphne Greengrass had woken at the same moment, looked at her wrist in the light of a self-illuminating candle, and gone utterly, perfectly, dangerously still, because she had been raised in a family that understood old magic, and she knew exactly what she was looking at, and she had not made a single sound since. But he would learn all of that. Eventually. For now, he was in a cupboard, waiting to find out what the universe had done to him this time. The man who came to the house was not what Harry expected. He had expected a doctor, or possibly social services, since that was who Aunt Petunia occasionally threatened to call when she wanted Harry to behave and couldn't think of a more specific threat. What came instead was an old man with a very long silver beard and half-moon spectacles and robes that were so aggressively purple they seemed almost to vibrate, and who stepped through the front door of number 4, Privet Drive, with the specific energy of someone accustomed to making rooms pay attention. Petunia had put Harry in the sitting room. This was unusual. He'd been sitting very straight on the edge of the sofa that he was not normally permitted to sit on, and he'd been watching the door, and when it opened and the man walked in, Harry looked at him with the clear, measuring eyes of a child who had learned to assess threats early. The old man stopped when he saw Harry. Something moved across his face, too fast to read, and carefully controlled, but Harry caught it anyway, because he had been reading Petunia's and Vernon's faces for survival long enough to notice the micro-expressions that people thought they were hiding. It looked like guilt. "Harry," the man said. His voice was warm and deep and moved around the room like it had somewhere to be. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I'm the headmaster of a school that you will one day attend, and I am very pleased to meet you." Harry looked at the robes. He looked at the beard. He looked at the half-moon glasses, and then at the particular quality of stillness that the room had taken on, and he said, "You're magic, aren't you?" Dumbledore smiled. "I am indeed. So were my parents." It wasn't a question. He'd known for a while, pieced it together from overheard arguments and the way the Dursleys flinched at certain words and the things that happened around him when he was frightened or very angry. He'd known, in the way children know things that adults have tried very carefully to prevent them from knowing. "Aunt Petunia called you because of the marks." "She did." Dumbledore settled into the armchair across from Harry with the practiced ease of a man who was comfortable anywhere he chose to be. "Would you show them to me?" Harry considered this for a moment. Then he pushed up both sleeves. Dumbledore looked at the marks for a long, silent moment. His expression did not change, but the quality of his stillness shifted, became more deliberate, more controlled, the way a person goes still when they need to think very fast. Then he took off his glasses, cleaned them on his robes, replaced them, and looked again. "Well," he said quietly, almost to himself. "That is unexpected." "What are they?" The old man looked up. "I suspect you are not the type of child who appreciates being told that he will understand when he is older." "No," Harry agreed. A small, genuine smile. "They are called soul brands. They are one of the oldest forms of magical bonding in existence, older than wandcraft, older than most of what we now call formal magic. They appear, spontaneously and without any possibility of human manufacture, when three souls are determined by magic itself to be fundamentally connected. He paused. You have two. Which means that two other people woke up last Tuesday night with matching marks. Harry looked at his wrists. The snowflake. The vines. Who? That, Dumbledore said carefully, I am still working to confirm. This was not quite a lie. He had been old by Richard Granger at 7 in the morning on Wednesday. The man had, to his considerable credit, both recognized the marks from a book he'd been given when Hermione first showed signs of magic and written to Dumbledore immediately. He had also received, through more circuitous channels, word from Lord Cyrus Greengrass, who had not old Dumbledore so much as legally notified him of the situation's existence and made it very clear that the Greengrass family's awareness of their daughter's bond did not constitute consent to any interference by the Hogwarts headmaster. Cyrus Greengrass was, Dumbledore reflected, rather efficiently unpleasant when he needed to be. Are they dangerous? Harry asked. He was looking at the Vinanthorn mark on his right wrist with a sort of focused curiosity that Dumbledore found, in the moment, almost heartbreaking. Not because it was sad, but because it was so clear. A 7-year-old boy with no frame of reference for any of this, applying the same level of careful, pragmatic assessment to unexpected magical marks that he presumably applied to everything else in his life. Already solving problems. Already measuring risks. He had been here less than 10 minutes and he already wanted to remove Harry from this house. He didn't. Not yet. The blood wards are your excuse, said the part of him that was occasionally honest. And you know it. They are not dangerous, he said. In fact, quite the opposite. The people whose marks match yours are bound to you in a way that magic considers inviolate. They will always, in some sense, be on your side. Harry turned this over. Even if they don't like me? The bond doesn't depend on sentiment. It predates sentiment. But in my experience, he paused, choosing his words. Magic does not choose poorly in matters like this. Harry pulled his sleeves down. He did it with a kind of quiet finality, a gesture that said, I'm going to think about this privately now. Dumbledore recognized it because he'd seen it in older, more guarded people, but rarely in a child. Will I meet them? Harry asked. At school, certainly. You have 4 years before you begin. It's possible you might correspond before then, if the other families are agreeable. Would they be agreeable? Dumbledore thought of Richard Granger, who had been quite agreeable and rather excited. He thought of Cyrus Greengrass, who had been neither. I believe so, he said, which was technically true for at least one of the two. He stayed another 20 minutes. He spoke to Petunia briefly and privately in the kitchen. Harry, who had been told to stay in the sitting room, stayed in the sitting room, and what he said to her remained between the two of them, but when he came out she was pale and tight-lipped and avoided looking at Harry's wrists with the energy of someone who had been reminded of something they would rather not think about. At the door, Dumbledore paused and looked back at Harry, who had followed him to the hallway with the specific, unself-conscious directness of a child who has not yet been trained out of wanting to see things to their conclusion. Harry, he said. I want you to know that I will be watching over you. Harry looked at him with those clear green eyes. You mean like you have been? There was a silence. Yes, Dumbledore said, very quietly. Like I have been. Okay, Harry said. And there was nothing accusatory in his voice, nothing childishly confrontational. It was just the word of someone who had heard a piece of information, filed it, and would return to it later. Albus Dumbledore walked down the garden path feeling, as he occasionally did these days, rather significantly like a man who was losing control of a situation he'd never properly had control of in the first place. 3 weeks later, an owl arrived. Harry had been sleeping in the cupboard as usual when something hit the small frosted window at the end of the kitchen, 3 sharp, impatient taps, and he lay still in the dark listening to Petunia's bedroom slippers on the linoleum and the window being opened with the specific silence of someone trying not to wake Vernon, and then nothing for a few minutes, and then the window being closed again. He waited. 20 minutes later, a folded piece of paper appeared under his cupboard door. He unfolded it in the dark, using the thin line of kitchen light, and read. My name is Hermione Jean Granger. I am 8 years old. I have a mark on my left wrist that matches yours, and I've done quite a lot of research on soul bonds at this point, and I think we should probably talk. My parents say this is appropriate. Please write back. HGPS. I've enclosed a list of books you might find useful, but Mr. Dumbledore says your relatives are, and I am quoting his letter to my parents here, not optimally positioned to support your magical education, which I think means they won't let you go to a library. If that's the case, I can send you the relevant chapters. I have them organized already. Harry read the letter twice. Then he turned it over in case there was more. There wasn't. He sat in the dark of his cupboard and felt something shift in his chest, something that had been there so long he'd stopped noticing it, the way you stop noticing the sound of traffic if you live near a road. It was the feeling of being, at a fundamental level, unaccounted for. Irrelevant. A problem to be managed rather than a person to be known. He'd carried that feeling for as long as he could remember. It shifted. Not much. But enough that he noticed the absence. He borrowed a pencil from Dudley's room. Dudley never noticed. Dudley had 17 pencils, and wrote back on the other side of the paper, My name is Harry James Potter. I am 7. I'd like the chapters, please. I can read fine. HP. He thought about it, then added PS. What's the other mark? The vines? He folded the paper very small and pushed it back under the door and hoped the owl would figure it out, which it apparently did, because by morning it was gone and Petunia looked like she had swallowed something unpleasant but said nothing at all, which was the Petunia equivalent of permission. The second letter arrived 4 days later, 3 times as long as the first, with 4 folded chapters from different books tucked inside, and a postscript that said, The vine mark belongs to a girl named Daphne Greengrass. She's in a wizarding family. Her father wrote to mine and it was very formal and a bit alarming, but Mum says some families are like that and it doesn't mean anything about the actual person. I've written to Daphne too, but she hasn't written back yet. She might be thinking about it. The Vine-and-Thorn pattern is associated with bonds of protection and strategy, very old magic. The snowflake is bonds of intellect and truth. Your own mark, which I looked up separately, is the central mark. The one that anchors the other two. Harry read that last line several times. He looked at his wrists. The snowflake on the left. The vines on the right. Hermione's mark. Daphne's mark. The one that anchors the other two. He didn't entirely know what to do with that. He was 7 years old and he had been, up to this point, mostly preoccupied with not taking up too much space. The idea that he was the anchor of anything felt like finding out that the house you'd been told was yours all along is actually a cathedral, a bit overwhelming, and requiring some interior adjustment. He wrote back, What's my mark? You didn't say. The answer came 2 days later, the central mark is a trispiral. It's very rare. I couldn't find many references. Mr. Dumbledore says the books he has are limited. He also says he'll bring you more appropriate reading material, but I suspect he means he'll bring books about being a wizard, which isn't the same thing as books about your specific situation, so I'll keep researching. The trispiral is associated with, this is the closest translation I could find, one who cannot be claimed. It means something legally, in old wizarding traditions. I'm still understanding the implications. Cannot be claimed. Harry pulled up his right sleeve and looked at his right wrist, not at Daphne's Vine-and-Thorn mark, but lower, at the thing he'd initially dismissed as part of the pattern. Now that he looked at it properly, he could see it clearly, 3 lines, each curving into the next, forming a single shape that had no beginning and no end. A trispiral. Cannot be claimed. He didn't know, sitting there in his cupboard on a Tuesday morning with the summer heat already pressing down on the house and Dudley's television audible through two walls, that this mark was already causing significant conversations in parts of the wizarding world he'd never heard of. He didn't know about the Veela communities in France and Eastern Europe who had felt the mark's appearance as a kind of magical door closing, an instinct deep awareness that someone existed in the world who was simply, categorically, unavailable to their particular kind of claiming. He didn't know that this had happened perhaps 4 times in recorded history, and that all 4 instances had produced people who were extraordinarily difficult to control, influence, or manage, and who had tended to be deeply inconvenient for systems that relied on people being controllable. He just knew it felt right. He wrote to Hermione, "Thank you for researching. What does the legal part mean?" He got 3 chapters and a 4-page letter in response. He read every word. The 3rd letter, from Daphne Greengrass, arrived 6 weeks after the marks had appeared. It was on heavy cream paper and written in script so precise it looked almost printed, and it was exactly 1 paragraph long. "My name is Daphne Greengrass. I am 7 years old. I understand we share a soul bond, which my father describes as a significant magical and legal complication and my mother describes as remarkable. I have been instructed to tell you that the Greengrass family does not make a practice of impulsive correspondence and that this letter should not be taken as an indication that our bond supersedes appropriate social procedure. I have been instructed to tell you a number of other things as well, but I find I'd rather not write them down. Instead I'll say this, I know what your mark means. The tri-spiral. I've known since the first morning. My father was less pleased about this than he let on to the Dumbledore person. I don't know you yet, but I know that magic chose you for something that isn't small. I thought you should hear that from someone, since you clearly haven't heard it before." D.G. Harry read it 4 times. Then he read the last 2 lines another 3 times. "I don't know you yet, but I know that magic chose you for something that isn't small. I thought you should hear that from someone, since you clearly haven't heard it before." He didn't write back right away. He sat with it for a day, because it was the kind of thing that needed sitting with, the way a person needs to sit still after they've been carrying something heavy for a long time and put it down and are figuring out whether their arms actually hurt or just feel strange from the new absence of weight. Then he wrote, "Thank you. I haven't. My name is Harry. I think we're going to be important to each other, so we should probably talk more." Daphne wrote back in 4 days. Her letter was 3 paragraphs this time, which he somehow understood was significant. She had written, in that same precise script, "My father says I should not respond so quickly. I have decided to respond so quickly. You are correct. We should talk more." And that, with the steady reliable efficiency of 2 7-year-old girls and 1 7-year-old boy writing letters through the slow heat of the rest of the summer and into the autumn, was what they did. By the time Harry was 9, he had read more books than Dudley would read in his entire life. Hermione sent chapters, then full books when her parents agreed to mail them, and Daphne sent entirely different books, Greengrass library books, old magical theory and family history and political treatises that Hermione described in one letter as deeply inaccessible but probably important, and Harry read all of them in the cupboard with a torch he'd found in the garden shed, and he built in his mind a picture of the world he was moving toward. It wasn't a comfortable picture. The wizarding world, as described by both girls, and they described it very differently. Hermione's description was enthusiastic and slightly breathless, Daphne's was precise and politically astute and occasionally alarming, was a place where who you were born to mattered enormously, where people were categorized by the quality of their blood like the rest of the world had never happened, and where a boy with a lightning bolt scar was simultaneously the most famous person alive and being raised in a cupboard by people who considered him a burden. Harry thought about this a lot. He thought about it without bitterness, not because he didn't feel it, but because bitterness required a certain kind of belief that things should have been different, and he'd never quite been able to fully sustain that belief. Not until the letters started coming. Not until he started to understand, from Hermione's research and Daphne's political analysis and his own slow accumulation of knowledge, that the cupboard and the hand-me-down clothes and the systematic erasure of his personhood were not inevitable. Not natural. Not what a 7-year-old with a trispiral mark and 2 soul-bonded girls sending him books deserved. The bitterness came later. And when it did, it was clean. Not the festering kind. The kind that sharpens things. He was 10 when he first deliberately worked out exactly what he could already do. He'd known for years that things happened around him when he was frightened or angry, that glass broke, that hair grew back, that Dudley's tormentors occasionally had very bad days immediately after they were unkind to Harry. He'd treated this mostly as an embarrassment and a liability, something to be suppressed before it gave Petunia more reasons to be unhappy. But Hermione had sent him, the previous Christmas, a book called First Principles, Accidental Magic, Controlled Magic, and the Developmental Spectrum, and he'd read it twice and understood something important: the accidental magic was not the problem. The accidental magic was proof. Proof that the controlled kind was already inside him, had always been, and was waiting for him to stop treating it like a liability and start treating it like what it was. He spent the summer before his 11th birthday in the garden, ostensibly weeding, practicing. Not spells, he didn't have a wand and wouldn't until Ollivanders, but will. Intent. The focusing of attention on a desired outcome. He didn't call it anything. He just did it. The weeds came out more easily than they should have. Water in the watering can stay warm longer than physics allowed. Once, when Dudley's friends cornered him at the back of the garden and Piers Polkiss grabbed his wrist, his marked wrist, Daphne's mark, Harry didn't think about it consciously, but Piers let go immediately and stepped back, blinking, and then couldn't quite meet Harry's eyes, and left. Harry looked at his right wrist after they'd gone. The Vinanthorn mark was warm. He wrote to Daphne that evening, "Does your mark ever do anything? React to things?" Her response came 3 days later, "Yes. When you're in danger I can feel it. Not the specifics, just a pull, like something important is happening and I'm not there. Mother says this is normal for active soul bonds. Father says it's a security vulnerability and I should learn to shield it. I'm learning to shield it. But I'm also not blocking it completely because that would be foolish. If you are in danger I would like to know." He wrote back, "How often does it happen?" She wrote, "More often than it should." Harry. Are they hurting you? He looked at that question for a long time. Then he wrote, "Not the way you mean. They ignore me mostly. It's fine." The response was fast, fastest she'd ever replied, "Neglect is not fine. You know this. Hermione has cited the relevant sections. Don't tell me it's fine when it isn't." He smiled at that, sitting in the cupboard in the dark. It was the kind of smile that surprised him, that came from somewhere he didn't usually let things come from. "Okay," he wrote. "It's not fine. But I'm surviving it, and I have books, and I have you and Hermione. That's more than I had before." There was a pause of a week before she wrote back. "Then, next summer, after first year, you are spending at least part of it at Greengrass Manor. Father doesn't know this yet but he will agree because I intend to make the case clearly and he respects a clear case. Be ready for that." Harry read it and felt that thing in his chest shift again, that settled, quiet thing that kept growing in direct proportion to the letters, and the books, and the knowledge that somewhere in the world 2 people had marks that matched his and were, in their very different ways, already fighting for him. He tucked the letter into the box under his loose floorboard. All their letters lived there now, organized by date, which was Hermione's suggestion and a good one, and lay back in the dark. Outside, Privet Drive hummed along in its suburban certainty. Inside, Uncle Vernon snored. Dudley's television muttered through the wall. And in the space behind his sternum, Harry Potter sat with the strange and unfamiliar weight of being known, and let himself, for the first time, feel something that was not quite hope but was close enough that he couldn't tell the difference. His Hogwarts letter arrived on a Tuesday morning in July, 3 weeks before his 11th birthday. Not via the post, via an owl, a large tawny one that had apparently been queuing outside the kitchen window since before dawn, because when Petunia opened the curtains at 6:30 it was simply there, looking at her with the patient authority of something that intended to be let in. She did not let it in. She accepted the letter through the small gap and then stood at the kitchen counter holding it for a full minute before she handed it to Harry without speaking. He opened it. "Read it." "Set it down on the table." "I know," he said. "I've known for a while." Petunia looked at him with something he couldn't name. She did this occasionally, looked at him like she was trying to find something in his face and either couldn't find it or found it and wasn't sure what to do with what she found. Sometimes he thought she was looking for his mother. He didn't say so. "Your uncle will have to know," she said. "Yes. He won't be happy." "He's not happy about most things," Harry said, which was true, and something he had found he could now say without flinching, because somewhere in the last 4 years of letters and books and building himself back up from first principles, he had lost the particular brand of fear that made him frame everything carefully to avoid setting Vernon off. He still didn't go out of his way to provoke him. But the reflexive shrinking was gone. He wasn't entirely sure when it had gone, but he was sure he wasn't getting it back. Petunia looked at him for another moment. Then she said, quietly and very quickly, as if she didn't want to hear herself say it, "Your mother would have been, she was very good at it." The magic. She was very good at it from the beginning. Harry went still. Petunia turned to the sink and turned on the tap with unnecessary force, which meant the conversation was over and she was not going to say anything else, and that was clearly the end of it. Harry picked up the Hogwarts letter. He read it again. He thought about his mother, Lily Potter, who had been very good at it from the beginning, and about the marks on his wrists, and about the train he would be taking on September 1st, and about a girl with brown bushy hair who researched obsessively and organized things by date and had sent him chapter notes from 47 different books over 4 years, and about a girl with cool precise handwriting who had told him 6 months ago that she intended to be sorted into Slytherin because it was the most strategically useful house and she expected him to not make a face about it. He'd written back, "I don't make faces. Why would I make a face?" She'd written, "Most people make a face. There's a great deal of Gryffindor-centric bias in the wizarding world's view of house alignment." He'd written, "I don't care what house you're in as long as you're there." There had been a pause of 3 days, and then, "That's a reasonable position. I'll be there." He put the letter in his pocket. He went upstairs to his room, a real room now, because at age 9 he had simply moved his things in while the Dursleys were out, and when they came back he'd been sitting on the bed reading, and Vernon had gone red and raised his hand and Harry had looked at him with a steadiness that was entirely genuine and said, very quietly, "I wouldn't," and something in his eyes had apparently communicated the information correctly, because Vernon had put his hand down and gone to watch television and nobody had said anything about it since. From the room that was his, Harry Potter sat on the edge of his bed and wrote 2 letters. "First year starts September 1st. I'll see you on the train." He signed both with his name, and sent Hermione's owl, which had been living in his room for 3 months, because Hermione had sent it to him as an early birthday present and said it was his now, with both of them. Then he lay back on his bed, looked at the ceiling, and thought about Hogwarts. He thought about it for a long time. Not with the anxious careful hope of someone who expects to be disappointed, but with the focused forward-leaning attention of someone who is going to meet a thing head-on and has been, for 4 years, getting ready. Outside his window, the owl banked on the warm summer air and flew south. In Oxfordshire, Hermione Granger was already packing. In Wiltshire, Daphne Greengrass read her letter, set it down with absolute composure, and allowed herself exactly 5 seconds of feeling something before she schooled her expression and went to inform her father. September 1st, she thought. Finally. Chapter 2, Platform 9 3/4. The train station smelled like coal smoke and something fried from the vendor carts, and Harry had been standing at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 for approximately 40 seconds before a hand closed around his wrist, his left wrist, the snowflake, and pulled. "Don't stare at it," Hermione said. "Just walk." He walked. The barrier dissolved around them like smoke, and then they were through, and the Hogwarts Express was there, scarlet and enormous and breathing steam into the September air like something alive, and Harry stopped dead because 4 years of letters and chapters and building a picture of this world had not quite prepared him for the reality of it, which was that it was beautiful. Hermione stopped beside him. She was a head shorter than he'd imagined. He wasn't sure why he'd imagined her taller, probably because her letters took up so much space, and her hair was exactly as she'd described it once, with the wry self-awareness of someone who had accepted a battle they would not win, brown and aggressive and not interested in being managed. She was wearing Muggle clothes because her parents were with her and they decided to go through the barrier as a unit, and she had a trolley piled so high with books that her cat, Crookshanks, large, orange, and visibly opinionated, was perched on top with the confidence of a king on a throne. They'd met in person twice before. Once at a bookshop in London that Dumbledore had quietly arranged, when they were both 9, and once at Hermione's house in Oxfordshire last summer. Both times had been slightly strange in the way that meeting people you know very well in person for the first time is always slightly strange, the translation from letter voice to actual voice, the recalibration of scale. But both times it had also been, very quickly, not strange at all. She talked like she wrote. She was equally incapable, in person, of letting an interesting idea pass without examining it. She had opinions about everything and presented them as facts and occasionally had to be reminded that they weren't, and this reminder, when it came from Harry, produced a brief expression of offense followed by a thinking pause followed by a concession delivered with the efficiency of someone who values accuracy more than their own dignity. He liked her enormously. "Daphne," he said. "She said to meet at the 3rd carriage from the front. She sent a letter Monday." Hermione began moving, steering her trolley with one hand, pushing her hair out of her face with the other. "She also said, and I'm quoting, 'Be on time, the first impression of the 3 of us together will matter and I intend it to be deliberate.' She really said that." She also included a footnote about what "deliberate" means in this context, which I thought was a bit much, but I've come to understand that Daphne's footnotes are rarely actually redundant. Harry fell into step beside her. Around them the platform was chaos, parents and owls and cats and toads and children in various states of excitement and anxiety, and it was loud in a warm way, the kind of loud that means things are happening rather than the kind that means danger. He looked at faces as they walked. He looked at the families, the loud ones with bright robes, the quieter ones who moved with the ease of people who had done this before, the clusters of children who clearly already knew each other. He noted, the way he noted everything, the shape of the world he was entering. He was ready for it. That was the thing. He was 11 years old and he had been doing nothing but getting ready for this for 4 years, and he walked through the chaos on platform 9 3/4 with the particular quality of calm that comes not from a lack of awareness but from a high degree of it. At the 3rd carriage from the front of the train, a girl was standing with her back to the crowd. She was watching them approach, or rather, she had positioned herself so that she could watch everything at once while appearing to watch nothing. Harry recognized the technique because he'd developed his own version of it over years of privet drive survival. Hers was more refined. She was wearing proper wizarding robes, very dark green, with her blonde hair pulled back precisely, and she was standing with a quality of stillness that Harry recognized from her letters, the deliberate kind. The kind that costs something. Their eyes met. She looked at him for a moment with an expression he couldn't quite read, not cold, which was what he'd been half expecting, but something more like assessment. Like a person who has built a picture of someone over 4 years is now comparing the picture to the reality and checking for discrepancies. Apparently the reality was acceptable, because something in her face shifted by about 0.5 millimeter and she said, "You're taller than I expected." "You're blonder," Harry said. A pause. Then, "That's not a meaningful observation." "Neither was yours." Another pause, this one different, the kind of pause that happens when a person is deciding whether to laugh. She didn't laugh, but the quality of her stillness changed in a way that Harry had, via 4 years of reading Daphne Greengrass between her lines, learned to identify as the equivalent of a smile. She looked at Hermione. "Your owl is faster than mine. He arrived Sunday." "He's very good," Hermione agreed, with the warm specific pride of someone talking about a creature they're genuinely fond of. "Harry, this is officially Daphne." "Daphne, Harry." "Though obviously we all, yes," Daphne said. "Obviously." She looked at Harry again. He looked back. Somewhere in the ambient noise of the platform, someone's owl was making an enormous fuss, and a mother was calling a name repeatedly, and the train was exhaling a long, slow breath of steam. Harry held out his left wrist. Daphne looked at it, the snowflake, Hermione's mark, and then at his right wrist, which he held out too, and she was quiet for a moment looking at her own mark on his skin, the Vinanthorn pattern that she had looked at on her own wrist every day for 4 years. She pulled back her sleeve. The match was exact. Every vine, every thorn, every tiny flower. The same. "Yes," she said again, quietly. Something about the word was different this time, not confirmatory but more like the closing of a conversation that had been technically open for 4 years. Hermione produced her wrist without being asked, the snowflake pattern bright against her brown skin. Daphne's eyes went to it, and something moved across her face that was too fast for Harry to catalogue, and then she put her sleeve down and picked up her bag. "We should board," she said. "I've already walked the train. The best compartment is 4 from the back, quiet end, window view in both directions, defensible." Hermione blinked. "Defensible?" "Good sight lines. You can see who's coming before they arrive." She said it as though this were a perfectly ordinary consideration for the beginning of a school journey. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked back. "She's been doing this since the first letter," he told Hermione. "I know. I just keep hoping it'll be less alarming in person." "It's not less alarming," Daphne said, already moving toward the train. "But it is usually correct. Come on." The compartment was exactly as described. 4 from the back, window view both ways, nobody adjacent yet because most students aimed for the middle carriages out of some herd instinct that Daphne had clearly already analyzed and dismissed. They loaded their luggage, settled Crookshanks on the seat beside Hermione where he immediately occupied twice his proportional share of space, and then there was a moment of quiet while the platform noise filtered in through the glass and the train shifted slightly on its rails, preparing. For the first time in 4 years, the 3 of them were in the same place. Harry was aware of this in a way that was physical. Not the marks, though those were warm, the way they got warm around the right people or in the right situations, but something broader. The sense of a configuration completing. Like 3 notes sounding together that had previously only ever been heard separately. "Right," Hermione said, already opening a bag. "We should talk about the sorting." "We've talked about the sorting," Daphne said. "We've written about the sorting. Talking is different because I can see your faces." She extracted a folded piece of parchment. "I made a list." "You made a list about the sorting," Harry said. "I make lists about everything. It's a system." She unfolded it. "Okay. Gryffindor for Harry is the obvious prediction because of the whole legacy situation and also Dumbledore has probably been cultivating that assumption for a decade. Ravenclaw is possible. Slytherin is unlikely based on temperament but not impossible. Hufflepuff is not unlikely based on temperament," Harry said. "You're describing my temperament incorrectly." Hermione looked up. "You're not primarily a loyalty and persistence person, you're primarily I'm extremely loyal. To specific people, not to institutions. There's a difference. Hufflepuff loyalty is more diffuse, it's about community and, Hermione." Daphne's voice was mild. "Your list spiraling." A pause. "I do that." "Yes. I know." She lowered the parchment. The point is, we've discussed the possibility that we might be in different houses and agreed it doesn't change anything fundamental, but I want to say it out loud so it's actually said. If I'm in Ravenclaw and Daphne's in Slytherin and Harry's in Gryffindor, we are still the same, Harry said. The same, Daphne confirmed. Hermione folded her list with a nod that was not quite as casual as she was aiming for. Good. Yes. Good. They were quiet for a moment. Outside, the last rush of families was happening on the platform, tearful mothers and impatient fathers and children trying to look older than they were. The train's engines deepened their tone. There's going to be attention, Daphne said. Her eyes were on the platform window, but the words were careful, the kind of careful that means they've been considered from multiple angles. On Harry. There always is, I understand, but this year will be specific. First year. In person. The rumors have been building. She turned from the window. How do you want to handle it? Harry considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. Honestly. Hermione looked at him. That's a very short answer for a complicated question. I don't mean announcing things. I mean not pretending. He thought about it for another second. I spent a lot of years being what people needed me to be to keep them comfortable. I'm not doing that anymore. Daphne held his gaze. No, she agreed. You're not. Which means when people decide they know who you are before they've met you, Hermione said slowly, you just let them figure out they're wrong. She thought about this. That could cause friction. Probably, Harry said. Significant friction, in some cases. Probably. And you're comfortable with that? He looked at her levelly. Hermione. I lived in a cupboard for 10 years. My friction tolerance is extremely high. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Looked at Daphne, who raised one eyebrow in a way that clearly communicated he's not wrong. Hermione turned back to Harry. Okay, she said. Yes. Okay. The train moved. The first person to come to their compartment was a boy with white blonde hair and a personal bearing that suggested he had never, in his entire life, walked into a room without expecting it to arrange itself around him. He had two large companions behind him, which Harry categorized immediately as a specific kind of social architecture, not friends, bodyguards in training, and he slid the compartment door open without knocking, which Harry noted as a deliberate choice rather than an oversight. His eyes went to Harry first. Then they went to Daphne. Something shifted in his expression, not surprise, exactly, but a recalibration. Then he looked at Hermione, and the recalibration completed, and his expression settled into something that was trying very hard to be neutral. Greengrass, he said, which was a greeting with a specific accent, the kind that means we know each other from contexts that have rules. I heard you'd be starting this year. Malfoy, Daphne said, in a tone that was perfectly polite and contained approximately the same warmth as a January window. Yes. He looked at Harry. And you're Potter. I am, Harry agreed. There was a beat. Draco Malfoy was waiting for something, some indication of how Harry was going to position himself, some signal that could be read and responded to. Harry didn't give him one. He just looked at him with the clear-eyed steadiness of someone who is not performing anything. I'm Draco Malfoy, the blonde boy said, and held out his hand. Harry looked at the hand. He was aware, from Daphne's letters, of exactly who the Malfoys were, what Lucius Malfoy had done during the war, what the family's position was, what this handshake would imply and what Draco was probably hoping he didn't know. He was also aware that Draco was 11 years old and had been raised inside a very specific and rigid ideology and that this was not entirely his fault. He shook the hand. Draco's expression eased slightly, which was interesting. That's Hermione Granger, Harry said. And you know Daphne. Draco glanced at Hermione again. His expression did something complicated. Granger. That's not a wizarding name. No, Hermione said pleasantly. My parents are dentists. Dentists, he repeated, as though testing the word. They fix teeth. It's a muggle, I know what dentists are, Draco said, which was probably not true but was the only social play available to him in that moment. His eyes moved to Harry's wrists. He'd clearly noticed the marks, which were partly visible below Harry's robe sleeves because Harry had stopped trying to hide them somewhere around age 9. Those are soul marks, Harry said. Yes. I know what they are. His voice had a different quality now, something between curiosity and something more cautious. He looked at Daphne. You have the matching one. We all do, Daphne said simply. Draco processed this. Harry watched him do it, the rapid social and political arithmetic of a boy who had been trained to think in terms of alliances and advantages and who was currently staring at a configuration that did not fit neatly into any of the categories he'd been given. Potter soul bonded to Greengrass was one kind of equation. Potter soul bonded to Greengrass and a Muggleborn was a different equation entirely, and the result was apparently still loading. Well, he said finally. Enjoy the journey. He looked at Harry with something that was hard to name. I expect we'll see each other at the sorting. I expect so, Harry agreed. Draco left. His two large companions followed like slightly confused weather. The compartment was quiet for a second. Malfoy, Hermione said, trying out the name. His father was a Death Eater. Allegedly, Daphne said. Allegedly who got off by claiming he was under the Imperius curse. Yes, I've done the reading. Hermione looked at the closed compartment door. He was trying to recruit you. He was trying to assess me, Harry corrected. Which is different. Recruiting requires him to have decided already. Daphne nodded once. He's not decided. He came expecting to find someone who fit the shape of what the name Potter means in his world, and he didn't quite find it. He'll be thinking about that. Good, Harry said. Thinking is better than deciding. Hermione looked at him. You're not even slightly worried about him. Should I be? She opened her mouth. Closed it. Probably not, she admitted. No. Probably not. Hogwarts at night was something that no amount of description had adequately prepared any of them for. Harry had read about it, Hermione had sent him 3 separate books, and Daphne had described it in a letter once with the precision of someone reading from memory. The castle sits on a loch, there are towers you can see from the boats as you approach, and the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall reflects the sky outside. My mother described it as overwhelming the first time. Her mother had been correct. The boats came out of the dark and then the castle was simply there, enormous and lit and complicated, every tower and arch and battlement a statement, and Harry sat in the prow of one of the small boats and felt the cold air off the water and looked at it without speaking. Hermione, beside him, had gone completely quiet, which for Hermione was significant. Daphne was in the boat behind them. Harry didn't turn to look, but he felt through the marks, that warm ambient hum, that she was doing the same thing he was. Looking. Taking it in. Letting it be what it was. The Great Hall was exactly as described and also nothing like being in it. The enchanted ceiling was showing a cloud-heavy September sky, and the candles floated with the total confidence of things that knew exactly what they were supposed to be doing, and 4 long house tables ran the length of the hall with hundreds of students and a high table of teachers at the far end, and the noise of it, the warmth, the specific quality of a large space full of people who mostly wanted to be there. All of it settled around Harry like something he had been outside of for a long time. The first years were lined up. He was aware of the eyes on him, not all of them, but enough, the specific attention that his scar attracted wherever he went, the whispers that ran through a room when his name was recognized. He let it happen. He didn't shrink. He stood beside Hermione with his hands easy at his sides and his chin level and looked back at the people looking at him with a directness that tended to make people look away first. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet in a specific way, the kind of quiet that comes from collective intake of breath. He walked to the stool. He sat. The hat came down over his head. "Well," said a voice in his ear, dry and deeply entertained, "this is interesting." "Hello," Harry thought back, because he'd read about the hat too and saw no reason not to be conversational. "You've been busy for a first year," the hat said. "Most students come to me with a few months of worry about the sorting. You've been preparing for 11 years. 4 years, really," Harry thought. "The first 7 were mostly just survival." "Yes. I see that." A pause, not a hesitant pause but the kind that means the thing doing the pausing is looking at something large and needs a moment to look properly. "You have some interesting magic in you, Mr. Potter. Some of it's yours. Some of it's older." Another pause. "And the marks. My. You know what they are." "I'm older than any of the books your Hermione sent you," the hat said, and Harry got the impression of something deeply satisfied with itself. "Soul brands haven't appeared in this school in a very long time. The last time was, it seemed to decide that was someone else's history to tell. Never mind. The point is I know exactly what they are, and I know what the tri-spiral means, and I want you to understand that what I'm about to do is not influenced by expectation or legacy or what anyone in this hall is hoping for." "I didn't think it would be," Harry said honestly. "That's why I let you put me here. Something like amusement. Where do you want to go? Where should I go? Those are different questions." "Yes." Harry thought about it, really thought about it, the way he thought about things, which was from the bottom up rather than the top down. "I want to be where I can do the most good. Where I can be most myself. Where the people I care about can find me." "Daphne Greengrass will be in Slytherin," the hat said. "She's made her choice and it's a very Daphne Greengrass kind of choice, which is to say it's tactically impeccable and personally expensive. Hermione Granger will be in Ravenclaw, which will surprise her because she expected Gryffindor but the hat, that is, will know better." Harry absorbed this. It changed one of the variables. "And me?" "You," the hat said, with the tone of something delivering a verdict that has been obvious from the start, "are something this school hasn't had in a generation. You're brave, yes, but not recklessly. You're brave because you've assessed the situation and decided the bravery is worth it, which is actually more dangerous. You're loyal to the bone but your loyalty is chosen, not default. You're clever but you care too much about people to let cleverness be your primary mode." A pause. "There's a house that fits all of those things, and it's the one everyone will expect, and I'm going to put you there anyway because the expectation doesn't make it wrong. Gryffindor." The red and gold table erupted. Harry took the hat off, set it on the stool, stood up. He caught Draco Malfoy's eyes across the hall as he walked to the Gryffindor table. Draco's expression was doing that arithmetic again. Harry sat down among the noise and the celebration and the backslapping strangers, and waited. "Greengrass, Daphne." The hall was quieter for this one, the name was recognized in certain circles, the blonde girl was noticed, but it wasn't the specific crackle of attention that Harry's name had generated. He watched her walk to the stool with the particular quality of deliberate composure that was entirely Daphne, and he watched the hat go on, and he watched it take about 15 seconds before it called, "Slytherin." The green and silver table applauded in the measured, controlled way of people who considered enthusiasm undignified. Daphne walked to her seat without looking anywhere particular, but as she sat down, across the width of the great hall, she glanced at Harry. He held her gaze for a second. She nodded, barely. He nodded back. "Granger, Hermione." He watched Hermione walk to the stool with her chin up and her hands clasped in front of her in the way she had when she was trying very hard to appear calm, and the hat went on, and there was a longer pause this time, a full minute, and then, Ravenclaw. Hermione's expression, as the hat was lifted, cycled through surprise, rapid recalculation, and then the particular focused look she got when she was already 3 steps into processing new information. She walked to the blue and bronze table, sat down, and immediately turned to look at Harry. He gave her a small shrug that meant, "Is it okay?" She gave him a look that meant, "I'm already figuring it out." Good enough. 3 houses. 3 tables. 3 marks. Harry had known this was a possibility, and he had told himself it didn't change anything, and that was true. But knowing it was true and sitting at a table full of red and gold strangers while his 2 soul-marked people sat at different tables across the hall was a different experience than the theoretical version. He ate his dinner and answered questions from the Gryffindors around him, a red-headed boy named Ron Weasley who was friendly and enthusiastic and clearly unacquainted with personal space, and a pair of twins who introduced themselves as Fred and George and who had, Harry assessed, a very particular and creative relationship with the rules, with the surface attention he'd learned to deploy when the actual part of his brain was occupied with something else. The something else was watching the Slytherin table. Daphne had settled at the far end, which he recognized as deliberate placement, close enough to listen to the upper years, far enough to observe without being immediately pulled into house dynamics she didn't know yet. She was talking to a dark-haired girl beside her who seemed to be, based on a vague physical resemblance, a younger sister. She was eating efficiently and watching the room with the peripheral vision of someone who had made a habit of watching rooms. Once, she looked up and their eyes met and she looked away again immediately. But not before he caught the flicker of warmth that she usually kept out of her public expression. He looked at the Ravenclaw table. Hermione had already, apparently, gotten into an animated conversation with the 2 people beside her about something. Her hands were moving in the way they moved when she was excited about a topic, and he thought she was probably going to be all right. He was going to be all right too. It was just going to require new logistics. The new logistics became apparent the next morning at 7:15 when Harry came down to the common room to find a note on the table by the portrait hole. It was on Daphne's cream paper, in her precise script, "Library. 8 o'clock. I've already confirmed with Hermione. We need to establish a meeting structure before classes generate competing pressures. DGPS. The Slytherin common room is underground and cold. This is not a complaint. It is a fact." Harry smiled at this, folded the note, and pocketed it. Ron Weasley, who was coming down the stairs behind him in a state of partial readiness, noticed the note and said, "What's that?" "A letter from a friend." "Who?" "Daphne Greengrass." Ron's face went through a specific sequence. "The Slytherin girl? You know her?" "Yes." Harry tucked his robe straight and headed for the portrait hole. "How'd you know a Slytherin girl?" "Letters," Harry said. "For years of them." Ron stared. "You've been writing to a Slytherin for 4 years? You didn't even know about magic 4 years ago." "I found out about it," Harry said simply, and stepped through the portrait hole into the corridor. The castle in the early morning was something else, quieter, the light slanting golden through the high windows, the staircases doing their slow deliberate shifting, the suits of armor occasionally muttering to themselves. He walked to the library on the 3rd floor without needing to ask directions, because he had memorized the floor plan from a book Hermione had sent him in 2nd year, and he arrived at 3 minutes to 8 to find Hermione already there with 3 books open and a 4th being consulted, and Daphne arriving from the opposite direction at exactly 8 o'clock. "Good," Daphne said, sitting down. She looked at Harry. "Gryffindor suits you. You haven't seen me in it long enough to tell. I've known you 4 years. I can tell." She opened her bag. "Hermione." "Library hours," Hermione said promptly, producing her own list. "Restricted section access will need to be arranged separately. I'm already planning to ask Professor Flitwick, but general library is available from 8 to 8, and I think if we agree on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the morning and any evening we all have free, that gives us a sustainable structure." "Agreed," Daphne said. "Harry?" Hermione looked at him. "Works for me," Harry said. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, looking at both of them. "What's the actual agenda this morning?" Daphne and Hermione exchanged a look. It was the first time he'd seen them do it, that shorthand of two people who had been writing to each other for 4 years and meeting now in person and discovering that the letter dynamic translated. He thought it would probably be interesting to watch that grow into something, and then he thought he was being slightly sentimental and refocused. "The Ministry of Magic," Daphne said, "has a department, the Department of Mysteries, which has files on soul bonds. This is not publicly known. My father discovered it through a legal channel related to Greengrass family privacy protections, which are extensive. He told me before I left." Hermione sat up. "Files? What kind of files?" "Historical research. Documentation of past soul-bonded triads and their outcomes." Daphne's voice was even. "He also told me that someone in the ministry, he doesn't know who yet, has recently renewed interest in those files. The inquiry came about 6 months ago." The library was quiet around them. A first-year Hufflepuff was at the far end looking for something, and Madame Pants was moving behind the stacks with the specific energy of someone cataloging, and outside the high windows the sky was starting to show actual blue through the September gray. "That's not a coincidence," Hermione said. 6 months ago was just before our letters about the registration question." "No," Daphne agreed. "It's not a coincidence." Harry looked at both of them. He thought about a department in the ministry with files on soul bonds and someone with a renewed interest in those files and what the intersection of those two things suggested. He thought about Dumbledore, who had looked at his wrist in the sitting room of number 4, Privet Drive with that controlled, careful stillness. He thought about what cannot be claimed actually meant, legally, in a world where people were regularly claimed, by families, by traditions, by institutions, by the dead weight of other people's expectations. "They want to know if it can be undone," he said. Silence. "Yes," Daphne said quietly. "That's what my father thinks." Hermione's jaw was set. Harry recognized the look. It was the one she got when something made her genuinely angry, which was different from the look she got when something frustrated her or when she disagreed with something. The genuine anger had a specific quality: focused, cold, productive. "Why would the ministry care about?" "Because Harry is Harry," Daphne said. "And because there are people who spent 10 years building a particular story about who he is and what he owes and where he belongs, and a soul bond that says cannot be claimed is a direct contradiction of all of it." Harry was very quiet. "Right," he said, after a moment. "We need to understand what they can legally do," Hermione said, already pulling one of her books toward her. "If the bond is a matter of magical record, the ministry might try to classify it, which could. They can't unseat it," Harry said. Both of them looked at him. "I've read everything you've sent me," he said simply. "Soul brands are older than the ministry. Older than the Wisengamot. Older than any legal structure the wizarding world currently has. They're not created by magic the way wards are created or spells are cast, they're recognized by magic, which means there's nothing to target. You can't attack a recognition. You can't register something that was never registered in the first place because it doesn't exist in any system." He looked at Daphne. "Your father told you about the ministry inquiry because he wanted you to be aware. He's not actually worried about it working." Daphne held his gaze for a moment. Something in her expression did that fractional shift again, the half-millimeter one. "He did say it was unlikely to succeed," she allowed. "But the inquiry itself is a signal," Hermione said slowly. "Someone is thinking about it. Someone wants to try." "Yes," Harry said. "So now we know." He leaned back. Outside, a cloud moved off the sun and the library went briefly brilliant, all the gold spines of the books catching it, and then the cloud returned and it softened again. "We know," Daphne confirmed. She reached across the table, a rare physical gesture for her, he'd already noticed, and placed 2 fingers briefly against the mark on Harry's right wrist. Her mark. Not a tender gesture exactly, more like a verification. Like pressing your thumb to a map to confirm you know where you are. He didn't pull back. She pulled her hand away and opened her transfiguration text with the composure of someone who has done what she came to do and is now moving on. Tuesdays and Thursdays, Hermione said, getting herself back on track with the efficiency of a person who runs on task completion. Same time. Same time, Harry confirmed. They worked through till breakfast in the comfortable specific silence of three people who had been communicating the important things long enough to not need to fill every space with words. The first week went fast and strange the way all first weeks do, everything new and loud and slightly too much to process in real time. Harry liked transfiguration, found charms intuitive in a way that felt like recognizing something rather than learning it, and had the specific experience in potions of sitting in Snape's classroom and being looked at by a man who seemed to be trying to solve a problem by staring at him. Snape called on him first. Asked about bezoars, about aconite, about the things that made people afraid of potions. Harry answered all three correctly, then answered the follow-up question, then added context that Snape hadn't asked for, and something moved across the man's face that was not quite what Harry had expected. Not triumph at a wrong answer. Not the dismissal of a right one. Something more like recalculation. After class, Ron Weasley, who had become a persistent presence in Harry's orbit through sheer proximity and what appeared to be genuine goodwill, said, "How did you know all that?" "Books," Harry said. "Which books?" "All of them," Harry said, which was not far wrong. The first flying lesson was on Thursday. Harry had been on Daphne's broom when he was 9, she'd arranged a brief visit to the manor and Cyrus Greengrass had watched from the garden with the expression of someone waiting for a legal liability and finding instead a 10-year-old boy who took to it with the specific easy confidence of something that was just obviously his. And so when the broom came up into his hand he had the particular advantage of knowing what it would feel like and not being startled. Neville Longbottom lost control of his broom in the first 30 seconds and went up hard and came down hard and broke his wrist. Harry watched it happen with the sort of focused attention that, in a real emergency, becomes very useful. Madame Hooch took Neville to the hospital wing and told everyone firmly not to touch their brooms. Draco Malfoy picked up Neville's Remembrall. Harry looked at him. Draco looked at Harry. There was something in his expression, not malicious, exactly, but testing. "What will you do?" The question was written clearly across his face. "Give it back," Harry said. Draco raised an eyebrow. Or I'll take it back." Harry said it the same way he said most things, not loudly, not with particular heat. Just as information. Draco's expression shifted through another rapid sequence. He was doing that arithmetic again, Harry could see it, measuring the situation against his calibrations, trying to work out whether this was a threat he needed to respond to or a variable that needed to be approached differently. Harry walked over and held out his hand. Draco looked at him for another 3 seconds. Then he put the Remembrall in Harry's hand. Harry pocketed it. "Thanks," he said, and walked back to his broom. Behind him, he heard Draco say something to Crabbe and Goyle, too low to hear, and heard the particular quality of silence that followed, which was the silence of two people who had just had their expected social script deviate and weren't sure what the new one was. That afternoon, the Gryffindors and Slytherins played their first Quidditch lesson against each other in Transfiguration, metaphorically speaking, which was to say that Professor McGonagall's match-a-toothpick-to-a-needle exercise produced 2 clearly defined camps and Harry worked steadily through 5 transformations while Draco Malfoy, 3 seats away, did 3 and kept glancing over. After class, McGonagall asked Harry to stay behind. She looked at his 5 transformed needles with an expression that combined professional satisfaction with something more personal. "You've done this before," she said. "Not this exactly," Harry said. "But I've been practicing similar principles. Focused intent, desired outcome, clear visualization." "Where did you learn that?" "Books," he said again. "And letters from people who know more than I do." She studied him for a moment. Then she said, I'd like to speak with you about the house Quidditch team. He was on the team by Friday morning. When he told Hermione and Daphne at the Tuesday through Thursday library meeting, Hermione looked slightly horrified and said, "First years aren't allowed brooms, Harry," and Daphne looked entirely unsurprised and said, "Of course they made an exception." "It's a good outcome," Harry said. "It is," Daphne agreed. "Use it well." "Harry," Hermione said, with the expression she got when she was about to be correct about something, "do you have any idea how much attention the Gryffindor Seeker position is going to generate?" "Yes," Harry said. "That's fine. Attention is just information about what other people are thinking. It's useful." Hermione stared at him. Daphne turned a page. Crookshanks, who had somehow managed to get into the library despite Madame Pance's strict no-pets policy by the simple method of being very orange and very confident, shifted on Hermione's bag and went back to sleep. Outside the library window, the castle's towers caught the mid-morning September light, and the term moved forward on its own momentum, carrying all three of them with it. They were ready. Chapter 3. The language of marks. The chamber had been open for 3 months before Harry figured out where it was. That was the thing no one would write about later. The story everyone told was that he'd stumbled in, followed the clues by accident, reacted bravely to circumstances beyond his control. The actual story was that he'd been working on it since October, the same methodical way he worked on everything, and by January he had a location, a method of entry, and a plan. It started with the cat. Mrs. Norris was found on Halloween, stiff, eyes wide and white, strung up by her tail from a torch bracket on the second floor. The message on the wall in what appeared to be blood. Harry had been at the feast late, coming back from a bathroom trip because nearly headless Nick's death day party had involved food that smelled like it had achieved a second, worse death, and he'd come around the corner with Ron and Hermione and found the crowd already gathering. He'd looked at the cat. Looked at the message. Looked at the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. And then he'd looked at the floor, because something was bothering him about the floor, and he couldn't immediately identify what until he crouched down, ignoring Ron's urgent whispered "What are you doing?" and looked at the stone. Wet. Not blood wet, not water wet. Something else. A faint trail, almost gone, leading from the wall back toward a girl's bathroom that he vaguely knew was out of order. He stood up when he heard Filch coming and moved back with the crowd, and didn't say anything about it to Ron, but he caught Hermione's eye across the corridor and gave her a look, and she gave him a small nod that said she'd already noticed something too. They compared notes at the library meeting 2 days later. Hermione had been reading about the chamber for the previous 3 weeks, since she'd first heard the rumor circulating in late September. "The chamber is Slytherin's," she said, spreading parchment across the table between them. "The legend says he built it before he left the school and that his true heir would be able to open it and use the creature inside to purge the school of those he considered unworthy. Muggle-borns, primarily. It's been a boogeyman story for centuries, but the evidence suggests it's real. There was a death here 50 years ago, a student, and the school nearly closed." Daphne was quiet. She'd been quiet since Harry had told them what he'd seen on the floor. "My mother mentioned the chamber once," she said. "When I was small. She said it was real and that the creature was something no one had survived looking at." "A basilisk," Hermione said, the word landing on the table like something she'd been holding for a week. "I think. A serpent of legendary size, eyes that kill." "It fits." Mrs. Norris was petrified, not dead, which means she didn't look directly at it. "Something indirect. A reflection or, the water on the floor." Harry looked at the ceiling. "The pipes," he said. Both of them looked at him. The water on the floor was coming from the pipes in the bathroom. "It moves through the plumbing. Whatever it is, the basilisk, it's traveling through the pipes." He was thinking fast. "And Parseltongue." Silence. "Parseltongue," Hermione repeated, carefully. "I can speak to snakes," Harry said, which was something he'd told both of them in a letter 2 years ago, matter-of-factly, along with a description of an incident at the zoo that he'd found more interesting than alarming. If the chamber is Slytherin's and Slytherin was a Parselmouth, the entry mechanism is probably language-based. Parseltongue. That's how it opens. Daphne had gone very still. Harry. If you can speak Parseltongue, I know what people will say. What are people saying? Hermione asked, reading the dynamic between them. That the heir of Slytherin is a Parselmouth, Harry said. Which is what people started saying after the dueling club incident last week, which I wasn't planning to attend, but Ron was enthusiastic about it and, he paused. When Draco sent a snake at Justin Finch-Fletchley, I told it to stop. In Parseltongue. The room apparently interpreted this as me directing it at Justin. Hermione closed her eyes briefly. Of course they did. It doesn't matter what they say, Harry said. It matters what they do based on what they say, Daphne corrected. The distinction is important. She looked at him steadily. You're not Slytherin's heir. The timeline is impossible, you didn't open the chamber because you couldn't even locate it until now. But someone did open it, and the attacks are continuing, and if the school decides you're the culprit, let them decide, Harry said. I'm going to stop the attacks. Obviously, Daphne said. The question is how. Hermione found the basilisk page in the library on a Tuesday in February. She'd been carrying it for 3 days, Harry could tell because she had a particular way of walking when she had information she was working out how to deliver, a slightly contained energy, like someone holding something fragile, and she put it on the table at the Thursday morning meeting, a torn page from a library book, the relevant passage underlined twice. The basilisk, it said, known as the King of Serpents, kills by direct eye contact. The reflection of its gaze, however, in mirror, water, or other indirect surface, will petrify rather than kill. This is how no one's died, she said. They've all been seeing it indirectly. Nick threw the water in the pipes. Justin threw Nick as a ghost, ghosts can't die twice. Mrs. Norris in the puddle on the floor. She paused. And, she looked at Harry. And, he said. She reached into her bag and produced a small pocket mirror. I've been carrying this. Just in case. Harry looked at the mirror. Then at Hermione. Something moved in his chest, not the marks, not exactly, but something adjacent to them. The recognition of a person who has thought ahead on your behalf, who has translated their care into practical action. Smart, he said. Brilliant, Daphne corrected, and Hermione looked at her slightly surprised, and Daphne looked back with her usual composure, and then Hermione looked down at her parchment with the expression of someone trying not to be visibly pleased. The entry point, Harry said, getting them back on track. The out-of-order bathroom on the 2nd floor. I've walked past it 4 times. There's a tap that doesn't work, the handle is etched with a small serpent. I couldn't get it to respond last time, but I wasn't trying Parseltongue. I was watching the door. He paused. I need to go back. We need to go back, Hermione said. It could be dangerous. She looked at him with the specific expression she reserved for statements that she found unworthy of the person making them. Yes, Harry, I'm aware that going into the ancient secret chamber beneath the castle that contains a giant murderous serpent could be dangerous. I've read about basilisks. I've made notes. Daphne, Harry said. Daphne was looking at the table, her expression unreadable in the specific way it got when she was making a decision that she had competing feelings about. Then she looked up. If I said I wanted you to go without me, you'd argue, and I would be wrong, and we'd both waste time. I'm coming. Your father would, my father is not here, she said simply. And this is my choice. Harry looked at both of them. He thought about Dumbledore, who was absent, had been absent since the attack started, called away somewhere or deliberately distancing himself, Harry wasn't sure which, and the distinction seemed relevant. He thought about the student still in the hospital wing, stone still and unseeing. He thought about the girl from Ginny Weasley's year who kept being found near attack sites looking frightened, and about the diary that Ron's sister had been writing in obsessively since September, and about the way the attack seemed to follow a pattern that suggested someone was either directing them or was being directed. "We go Saturday," he said. "At night." "I need to prepare something," Hermione said. "A potion. Mandrake restorative draft isn't ready yet for the victims, but there's a localized compound that might help with echo magic. If the chamber has been sealed for 50 years, the residual magic will be significant." "You have 2 days," Harry said. "I know. I'm already started." She was already writing a list. Saturday was cold and the castle was restless. There had been another attack that afternoon. Colin Creevey, found on the 4th floor, his camera pointed toward the basilisk's reflection in the water from a pipe he'd apparently been standing over. He was alive, petrified, carried to the hospital wing with his camera still clutched in his hands. The castle had the specific quality it got after each attack, louder in some places, too quiet in others, everyone's social volume recalibrated by fear. Harry waited until the common room emptied after midnight. He slipped down to the 2nd floor with his invisibility cloak. He'd found it at Christmas, wrapped in brown paper with a note that said your father would have wanted you to have this in handwriting he didn't recognize until he realized it was Dumbledore's attempt at anonymity, which he had found both touching and slightly complicated, over all 3 of them. The cloak covered them, just, if they stood close. Hermione was on his right, her shoulder against his arm, her breathing deliberate and controlled. Daphne was on his left, her elbow against his, completely silent. The corridor outside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was empty. Harry pushed the door open. Myrtle was not present, which Hermione had anticipated and apparently arranged for by saying something to the ghost about a first-floor flooding incident that apparently warranted investigation. Harry didn't ask for details. The taps along the far sink wall were ordinary except for one, furthest from the door, tarnished where the others were merely old, the handle scratched with a tiny mark that in normal light looked like a maker's mark or a piece of damage. In the light of Hermione's wand it was clearly a snake. Harry leaned forward and looked at it. The snake was carved in the specific sinuous curve of something frozen mid-motion, its head turned slightly toward anyone who knew to look. He crouched in front of it. "Open," he said. Not in English. The sound that came out of him was, Hermione described it later as something that made the air feel different, like pressure changing before a storm. A liquid, consonant-free sound that seemed to come from somewhere below his throat. Parseltongue. The tap didn't turn. It unraveled. The whole sink dropped away with a grinding that was more felt than heard, stone on stone in the old way that magic uses when it wants to make clear that it predates plumbing. A pipe opened in the floor, a pipe large enough for a person to slide into, which was apparently the intended method of entry. "Of course it's a pipe," Hermione said, and there was a brief silence during which Harry got the impression she was revising her estimate of Salazar Slytherin's architectural philosophy. "It's probably not far," Harry said. "The depth is not the issue." She looked at the pipe. She looked at Harry. She put her bag strap over her shoulder. "All right." Daphne said nothing at all. She stepped forward and looked into the pipe with the same expression she'd used when Harry had described the Quidditch pitch to her and she'd said, "I prefer to understand a space before I'm in it," and then she sat on the edge, swung her legs over, and let go. Harry heard her land in the dark below. Hermione went next, less gracefully but without hesitation. Harry slid in last. The chamber was real. That was the first thing, the reality of it, the absolute ancient specific reality of a place that had been waiting in the dark for a very long time. The walls were made of enormous stone blocks, each one carved with serpents whose eyes caught the wand light and seemed to watch. The floor was inches deep in water from some seepage in the stone. The air was cold and tasted like nothing Harry had a word for, old mineral darkness, the smell of stone that had been sealed and then opened, the particular quality of a space that had not had living people in it for half a century. A corridor stretched ahead of them, wide enough for whatever was supposed to travel it. Hermione had her mirror in her left hand, held angled. Daphne had her wand out with a particular grip Harry had noticed she used when she was preparing to be precise rather than powerful. Harry walked in the middle, his wand lighting the way, looking ahead. "Something's wrong," Daphne said quietly. "Broadly," Harry agreed. "Specifically." "The magic down here, feel it." She paused. "It's layered. Old magic, yes, Slytherin era, but something newer on top. Recent. Within the year." Harry focused. He felt it, the marks on his wrists were both warm, had been since they'd entered the pipe, and through the warmth he could feel what Daphne was describing, two textures of magic, the old stone-deep kind and something younger, sharper, more volatile. Like ink on top of oil. "A person," Hermione said softly. "Recent magic means a person has been down here recently. Someone who can open the entry." "Another Parselmouth," Harry said. "Or something that acts like one," Daphne said, and something in her tone made Harry look at her. Her expression was doing the thing it did when she knew something and was deciding whether she had enough certainty to say it. "Daphne. The Weasley girl. Ginny." She said it without accusation, just the flat certainty of someone who has been watching a pattern resolve. "She's been near every attack site. She looks frightened after each one. She's been writing in that diary obsessively and refusing to talk about it." Pause. "If something down here has a connection point up there, an object, something that could be used as a tether, the diary," Hermione breathed. They stopped walking. "Tom Riddle's diary," Hermione said, and her voice had the quality it got when a theory solidified. "It came up in the library records. There was a Tom Riddle who received an award for special services to the school 50 years ago, and the timeline matches the last time the chamber was opened, and if there was a diary that could preserve a memory or a piece of someone's consciousness, that's dark magic," Harry said. "Very," Daphne agreed. "Old dark magic. Preservation of consciousness in an object is," Hermione stopped. "Harry. If part of Voldemort's consciousness is in that diary, and Ginny has been writing in it, and the diary has been using her as a conduit to open the chamber, she's not doing it on purpose," Harry said immediately. It wasn't a guess, it was a conclusion arrived at fast and held firmly, the way he held things that mattered. "She's 11. She found something that seemed like a friend and didn't know what it was." "No," Daphne agreed quietly. "She didn't know." They walked faster. The chamber opened at the end of the corridor, stone doors, serpents intertwined, yielding to Parseltongue with the same grinding inevitability as the pipe entry, and the space beyond was vast. Vast in the way that serious old things are vast, not architecturally theatrical but genuinely, soberly large, a space built by someone who intended what happened here to be significant. Pillars. Serpent carved from floor to ceiling. More water on the floor, deeper here, ankle-deep and cold. At the far end, the stone face of Salazar Slytherin himself, his mouth open in what might have been a sneer or might have been a scream, and at the base of it, a figure lying on the ground. Ginny Weasley. Harry moved fast. He covered the distance in a straight line while Hermione went left and Daphne went right. They split without discussion, covering sight lines the way people do when they've thought about a space in advance, and he crouched beside Ginny and pressed 2 fingers to her wrist. Pulse. Slow but there. "She's alive," he said. "But cold," Hermione said from his left. She'd gotten there just after him. "Too cold." "She's been here, hours," Daphne said from his right. She was looking at something Harry hadn't spotted yet, a small dark book lying in the shallow water, its pages soaked and swollen. Her eyes were on it but she hadn't touched it. "There." Harry looked at the diary. He looked at it the way he looked at things he knew were dangerous, with complete attention and no fear, the way a person who has assessed the threat holds it in his mind, not letting it run around the edges. The book was unremarkable to look at. Small, black, ordinary. The kind of thing you'd find in a stationer's and think nothing of. He could feel the magic coming off it. Not the old stone-deep chamber magic but the newer, sharper thing, the ink-on-oil thing. Whatever was in that book had been using this chamber through Ginny Weasley's hand, and now she was lying cold on the floor of it, and that made him feel something specific and clean. He stood up. "We need to get Ginny out first," he said. "Hermione, can you levitate her?" "Yes." "Take her back to the pipe." "Daphne, I'm not leaving," Daphne said, and her tone made it clear this was not negotiable. He looked at her. Her chin was level, her wand was up, and her expression had the quality it got when she had already worked out all the relevant arguments and was waiting for him to arrive at the same conclusion. "The basilisk," he said. "Will come from that statue's mouth," she said, pointing at Slytherin's stone face. "It won't come while she's here. The thing in the diary needed Ginny. Whatever piece of Voldemort is in there, it's been feeding off her life force to become more solid. That's why she stopped, then continued. The diary is the control mechanism. Destroy it, and the basilisk has no direction. Then it's just an animal. A 60-foot venomous animal whose gaze kills," Hermione said from where she was carefully levitating Ginny Weasley, one eye on the process and one on the conversation. "I can speak to it," Harry said. Both of them went very still. "You can speak to a basilisk," Hermione said. "It's a serpent." "I can speak to serpents." He said it the way he said things that were simply true, without drama, without apology. "It's probably been down here for 500 years and the last person to speak its language was Slytherin himself. That's something." Hermione was staring at him. "Harry. That's possibly the most, brilliant or insane?" he asked. A pause. "Both," she said. Simultaneously. "Can you get Ginny out?" She looked at him for a moment longer with an expression he would think about later, not fear for herself, but something more complex, the specific feeling of watching someone you care about walk deliberately towards something dangerous and knowing they are right to do it. "Yes," she said. "I'll get her out. I'll send a Patronus to McGonagall from the top of the pipe. Be alive when I come back. I will be." She moved. Ginny floated ahead of her through the doors and down the corridor, and the sound of the water moving around Hermione's feet faded, and then Harry and Daphne were alone in the Chamber of Secrets. Daphne turned to face him. She was perfectly composed, which he had long since learned to read as something different from what it looked like, not absence of feeling but the discipline of someone who will not let feeling interfere with function. "The diary," she said. "I need something to destroy it with." "Basilisk venom," she said immediately. "If there's any magical substance that could destroy a preserved consciousness, I don't have any." "No," she agreed. "But there's a basilisk coming." He looked at her. She looked back. The logic was cold and elegant and she was entirely right. "One problem," he said. "Its eyes." "Yes." She reached into her bag, the small beaded Greengrass family bag that she'd had since September and that Harry had once asked her about, and she'd said it has an undetectable extension charm, it holds quite a lot, and produced a strip of dark cloth. "Blindfold. I can follow the sound of your voice when you speak to it. If you keep it talking, basilisks don't talk. They're not, you speak Parseltongue. Speak at it. Keep its head occupied. I can get a fong." "Daphne. A basilisk fong is, I know what it is," she said quietly. "Not sharp. Quiet, the way she was quiet when something cost her something and she was paying it anyway. Harry. I am not standing here in this chamber and letting this thing hurt anyone else." He looked at her for a long moment. "The blindfold," he said. "Yes. You stay behind a pillar. You don't move unless I tell you." "Agreed." "Daphne." She met his eyes. Something passed between them that had nothing to do with words and everything to do with 4 years of letters and marks on their wrists and the particular knowledge of each other that comes from being told the truth by someone over a long period of time. "I know," she said quietly. "Go." He turned to face the statue. The marks on his wrists were hot now, both of them, hers and Hermione's, running at the same temperature, a steady burn that was not painful but was impossible to ignore. Like the universe itself telling him to pay attention. He looked up at Slytherin's open stone mouth. He spoke. Parseltongue filled the chamber, his voice dropping to the liquid, consonant-free register of it, a sound that moved through the water on the floor in a physical wave, that made the serpent carvings on the pillars seem to lean in. He said, "Come out. I'm speaking your language. Come and see." The sound that answered from inside the statue was not loud. It was low and rhythmic, a movement in the stone itself, something ancient and very large shifting its weight and beginning to move. Harry didn't look up. He pressed himself against the pillar and kept his eyes down, watching the water at his feet, because the water would show him the reflection, if the thing's head came into line, and the reflection wouldn't kill him, the basilisk came out of Slytherin's mouth. It came like water. No, like the idea of water, something that moved with the total authority of a thing that has no predators and has never needed to be careful. 60 feet of it, at least, green-black in the wand light, each scale the size of a dinner plate. Its head was enormous and its eyes were, Harry didn't look at its eyes. He looked at his feet. He looked at the water. It spoke. Not in words. In something that translated to his Parselmouth brain as presence, an awareness, an acknowledgement. Something that had been alone for a very long time registering that there was another thing in the room that could hear it. Harry spoke back. "You've been used," he said, in Parseltongue. "Something in a book has been directing you. That thing is not Slytherin. Slytherin is gone. You've been alone for 50 years. The basilisk's head swung toward him, he felt it in the water, the displacement, the cold wave of something that large moving in enclosed space. He kept his eyes down. "Alone," it answered. Not a word, a concept, a tone. Something that resonated. "I'm going to destroy the thing that's been controlling you," Harry said. "But I need something first." He heard Daphne move, a single careful footstep, then another, moving along the pillar behind him toward the basilisk's flank. He needed to keep its attention. "What was Slytherin like?" he said. "He built this place for you. What was he like?" The basilisk was still. Then it moved again, restless, something in the motion that translated to confusion, to the particular uncertainty of a creature that has been sleeping for decades and doesn't quite have its bearings. Harry heard Daphne stop. Then a sound, short, sharp, deliberate, and he understood without looking that she had done it. "I have one," she said, her voice entirely steady. Harry straightened up. He looked at the pillar, not at the basilisk's head. He said, to the snake, "I'm sorry for what's been done to you. Stay." He walked backward to where Daphne was standing, behind the wide column, the basilisk's body visible but its head on the other side, and she pressed something into his hand. A single curved fong, ivory yellow and several inches long, the hollow channel in its center still glistening. He picked up the diary with his other hand. He drove the fong through it. The effect was significant. The diary screamed, which should not have been possible for a book, a high thin sound that bounced off the chamber walls and made the water on the floor ripple in concentric circles from the point of impact. Black ink, too much of it, more than the book could possibly hold, poured from the wound in the pages like blood, and something in the air went thin and then dense and then nothing, like a fire going out, and the screaming stopped. Silence. The basilisk moved. Harry looked up, at its body, not its head, and watched it move away, back toward the statue, back toward whatever depth it came from, confused and directionless and old and alone. It did not attack them. It slid back into the dark. Harry looked down at the ruined diary. Tom Riddle. Preserved consciousness. Piece of Voldemort's soul, lodged in a book like a nail in a piece of wood, waiting. He looked at the ruin of it for a long moment. Then he put it in his bag. Daphne was standing very still. She was looking at the fong she'd handled. There was a fine cut on the heel of her hand where she'd gripped it wrong, blood welling bright and thin. "That needs attention," Harry said. "I know." She looked at her hand. Then at him. "It's done. The diary is done. The basilisk is, I think it'll go back to sleep. It has no direction now." He paused. "Are you all right?" She looked at the question as though weighing it. "Yes," she said. She stopped. The composure had held through everything, the pipe, the corridor, the chamber, the basilisk, and now in the silence, in the aftermath, the specific trained stillness of her shifted. Not broke. But shifted. Like something very tightly wound allowing itself one degree of slack. "Come here," Harry said. She came. He put his arm around her shoulders, not tentative, not asking permission, just doing it, and she let him, which was itself a significant thing from Daphne Greengrass, who had been raised to treat physical proximity as social currency rather than comfort. She stood rigid for about 3 seconds and then some specific tension left her and she was just, standing there, beside him, in the aftermath of something genuinely terrible. "You knew about the fong before we came down here," Harry said. Not accusatory. Just noting. "I suspected." "You didn't say. You would have told me not to come." He thought about this. "Probably," he admitted. "And you would have been wrong," she said. "Yes," he said. "I would have." They stood there for another moment in the old cold dark, and then they walked out. McGonagall was at the top of the pipe. Along with, apparently, half the staff, Dumbledore having returned from wherever he'd been the moment Hermione's Silver Otter Patronus had arrived. Harry had not known she could produce a Patronus at 12 and had added this to a mental list of things about Hermione that continued to surprise him despite the fact that she was consistently extraordinary. And Ginny Weasley was on a conjured stretcher being fussed over by Professor Sprout, her color coming back slowly, her eyes opening in the confused way of someone waking up from a dream they don't remember entering. Dumbledore looked at Harry when he emerged from the pipe. He looked at Daphne. He looked at the ruined diary that Harry put on the bathroom floor, and his expression did the thing it had done in the sitting room at Privet Drive 5 years ago, the controlled stillness, the rapid processing, the thing that moved underneath the composure. "A Horcrux," Dumbledore said softly. He said it like a man confirming something he had feared. Harry looked at him. "That's what it is?" "It is." He paused. "You know what that means. That Voldemort put a piece of his soul into an object to preserve himself." "Yes." Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. "There are more, aren't there?" It was not a question. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment with an expression that was complicated, something between grief and, Harry thought, the specific discomfort of a man who has been keeping a secret and is watching the other person arrive at the truth independently. "We should talk," Dumbledore said. "We should," Harry agreed. "All 3 of us." He glanced at Daphne, who was having her hand bandaged by Madame Pomfrey with the composure of someone who has accepted medical attention as the cost of a plan. He looked at the corridor end where Hermione was standing with her hand on Ginny Weasley's arm. "Tomorrow. In your office. And I'd like you to actually tell me things." McGonagall was watching this exchange with an expression Harry couldn't fully catalogue, surprise, he thought, but layered. Not at his confidence, exactly, but at the quality of it. The lack of performance. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. His blue eyes were very clear in the light of the bathroom's overhead strip. "Tomorrow," he said. "In my office. I will tell you things." Harry nodded. He walked out of the bathroom into the corridor and Hermione fell into step beside him immediately, shoulder to shoulder, and Daphne appeared on his other side a moment later, having apparently completed her interaction with Madame Pomfrey by the simple technique of walking away while the Medowitch was still mid-sentence. "The diary?" Hermione said. "Destroyed. And the basilisk?" "Disengaged. It'll go back to whatever it was doing before." "And Ginny?" "She'll be all right." They walked down the corridor, three abreast, the marks on Harry's wrists steady and warm. Behind them, the staff cluster was beginning to disperse, and somewhere in the noise Ginny Weasley was asking where she was in a small confused voice, and the castle was beginning to feel the specific pressure change of a crisis resolving. "You were going to blindfold yourself," Hermione said. "Yes. That was a backup plan," Daphne said from Harry's other side. "A backup plan," Hermione repeated. "Right. A backup plan involving a blindfold and a 60-foot snake whose breath is also lethal, I notice, which isn't something you mentioned in advance. It wasn't a primary concern given the other lethal attributes," Harry said. "I am very calmly very unhappy with both of you," Hermione said. "We know," Daphne said. "That was genuinely frightening." "Yes," Harry agreed. A pause. Then, quietly, "Are you both actually okay?" Harry thought about the chamber. The cold. The old dark. The sound the diary had made when the Fong went through it. He thought about Daphne going still for that 1 degree of slack in the aftermath, and about the weight of Dumbledore's expression when he'd said Horcrux. "We will be," he said. "Give us an hour." Hermione nodded. She reached over and took his wrist, his left wrist, her mark, and held it for a second and let go. On his right wrist, Daphne's mark was still warm. He carried both of them up through the sleeping castle, past the suits of armor, past the shifting staircases, past everything that was old and secret and complicated, and thought about what the next morning would bring. Dumbledore. The truth. The word Horcrux hanging in the air like a stone waiting to fall. He walked, and thought, and got ready. Chapter 4, The Weight of Loyalty. The owl arrived at breakfast on a Wednesday in late October, and Harry knew something was wrong before he opened it, because the handwriting on the outside was Daphne's and she never used an owl during term. She used the Tuesday through Thursday meetings, or she found him between classes, or occasionally she sent Hermione as an intermediary because Hermione moved freely between all three tables in a way that had become so normal in their second year that most of the castle had simply accepted it as a fact of life, the way they'd accepted moving staircases and poltergeists. He opened it under the table. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. It's in this morning's Prophet. My father wrote last night. He says the Ministry's official line is that Black is dangerous and Dumbledore aligned, which means the actual situation is more complicated. Find me at lunch. Don't talk to anyone about it first. Harry folded the letter. He looked at his eggs. Across the table, Ron Weasley was already talking loudly about Sirius Black to anyone who'd listen, because Ron had heard about it from his father via Flo last night and had, characteristically, elected to process the information by distributing it at volume. Harry let the noise happen around him and thought. Sirius Black. He'd been in Azkaban for 12 years for the murders of 13 people, 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew, and for allegedly betraying Harry's parents to Voldemort. He'd been their secret keeper. He'd given Voldemort the address. That was the story. That was the story. Harry was 13 and had spent 2 years thinking carefully about the gap between stories and truth, and something about the official version of Sirius Black had always bothered him in the way that things bother you when a piece doesn't fit but you can't immediately identify which piece or where. He looked up and found Hermione watching him from the Ravenclaw table. She was holding the Morning Prophet open, her eyes already quick with that reading and processing expression she had, and when she caught his gaze she lifted 3 fingers briefly from the edge of the paper. 3. Meaning, the 3 of us. Meaning, not here, not now, but soon. He nodded once. He ate his eggs. The lunch meeting was in the library, 3rd alcove from the back wall, which had become their standard location because Madame Pants never shelved anything in that section before 2 o'clock, and they'd confirmed this empirically in September. Hermione had the profit, 4 books, and a set of notes already started. Daphne had a letter from her father and an expression that suggested she'd been thinking about this since 5 in the morning. Harry sat down between them and looked at both. "Your father's letter first," he said to Daphne. "You said the ministry line is more complicated." She unfolded it. "My father says the ministry is terrified, not angry. Black escaped from a cell that should have been inescapable and no one knows how. The Dementors didn't register his exit. He was simply gone one morning." She paused. "My father also says, and this is the part he was being careful about, that there are people in the ministry who were not particularly upset to hear Black had escaped. People who'd prefer he not talk to anyone," Hermione said. "Yes. About what?" Daphne looked at Harry. "About what actually happened the night of the 13th of October, 1981. The night your parents died." The library was quiet around them. Crookshanks was asleep under the table, his large orange body pressed against Harry's ankles. Somewhere in the stacks, a book was being returned with the specific thud of someone being careless. "My father's been researching the legal record," Daphne said. "He does this, it's how he moves through the world, through documents and precedents. He found something." She looked at her letter, then back at Harry. "Sirius Black never had a trial." Hermione's head came up fast. "He was sent to Azkaban directly from the scene," Daphne said. "No Wisengamot hearing. No formal charges read. No opportunity to speak." She set the letter down. "In wizarding law, this is only legal under emergency provisions, and the emergency provisions require the detainee to be given a hearing within 60 days. He wasn't." Harry was very still. "They just put him away," Hermione said quietly. "Yes. Without any process." "Without any process," Daphne confirmed. "And my father believes, this is his opinion, not legal fact, that someone in the ministry made sure that stayed true. Because a trial would have required witnesses. Would have required examining the evidence. Would have required asking questions. Like how a wizard who was cornered in a street full of muggles couldn't be caught without blowing up half the block," Harry said. Both of them looked at him. "Something always bothered me about the story," he said. "Sirius Black was supposed to be one of the most powerful wizards of his generation. He was my father's best friend from the age of 11. He was secret keeper for my parents. If he'd betrayed them, actually betrayed them, why would he confront Pettigrew afterward? In a public street? Why not disappear?" He looked at his hands. "And Pettigrew. They found a finger. One finger." "That could be arranged," Hermione said slowly. "Yes," Harry said. "It could." The silence that followed was the particular silence of 3 people sitting with an idea that is changing the shape of a story they thought they knew. "If Pettigrew is alive," Daphne said, carefully, "the entire case against Sirius Black falls apart. He wasn't the traitor. He was a man who knew too much about who the actual traitor was, and someone needed him somewhere he couldn't talk." "We need to find Black," Harry said. Hermione looked at him with an expression that balanced alarm and something else, the something else being, Harry had learned, her version of excitement, which she tried to suppress when it seemed inappropriate but which came through anyway in the particular brightness of her attention. "He's the most wanted man in Britain." "I know. And he's presumably coming here. All the accounts suggest he's been sighted in Scotland." "I know. Harry," she said. "He might actually be dangerous." "We don't know, we know he didn't have a trial," Harry said. "We know there are people in the ministry who don't want him to talk. We know the official story has a hole in it big enough to walk through." He paused. "I want to talk to him before anyone else does." Daphne had been quiet, watching him. Now she said, "There's something else." He looked at her. "The time turner," she said. Hermione went very still. Harry looked between them. "You told her." "I told her in September," Hermione said, with the slightly defensive quality she got when she'd made a decision she knew was right but expected pushback about. She needed to know. "We don't keep things from each other." "I know," Harry said. I'm not angry. I'm just confirming." He looked at Daphne. "You've been thinking about it since September." "Since July, actually," Daphne said. "I knew about the time turner before term started. My father mentioned that the ministry had approved one for a Hogwarts student this year for academic purposes, and I identified the likely recipient through a process of elimination." She said this without apology, the way she said most things. "I've been building a scenario in which it becomes relevant. And if Sirius Black is innocent and we can prove it, we're going to need time to do it. Not just metaphorically." She held his gaze. "If there's a moment, a specific moment, where the difference between his freedom and 12 more years in Azkaban comes down to being in two places at once, the time turner is the answer." Hermione was pulling at a thread on her sleeve, which was what she did when her brain was moving too fast for her hands to stay still. "If we use it for something unauthorized, then we use it for something unauthorized," Harry said. She stopped pulling at the thread. "Hermione," he said. "If an innocent man is about to be executed because the system that was supposed to protect him actively chose not to, what does being authorized have to do with it?" She looked at him for a long moment. He could see her working through it, the exact sequence of her moral reasoning, the weighing of rules against outcomes, the specific argument she made with herself when following the rules would require doing something she considered wrong. "Nothing," she said finally. "It has nothing to do with it." "Good," Harry said. "So, where are the Dementors?" "The Dementors came to every Quidditch match. Dumbledore had argued against their presence at Hogwarts from the beginning, and Fudge had overruled him because Fudge was frightened, and now 13 Dementors stationed themselves at the castle entrances and floated through the grounds on patrol and made the general atmosphere of Hogwarts in the autumn of third year into something that felt like perpetual overcast. Harry had dealt with them by developing a competent Patronus charm by October, working from Lupin's lessons and from Hermione's notes and from his own stubborn refusal to be defeated by a creature that fed on his worst memories, partly because he was not going to let the worst memories win and partly because he found the practical challenge genuinely interesting. His Patronus was a stag. He didn't tell anyone what it was at first. He told Lupin, because Lupin had been teaching him and deserved to know, and Lupin had gone very quiet and very still in the way that Harry had learned to recognize as significant, the way adults went still when something connected a present fact to a history they were carrying. "My father," Harry said, not a question. Lupin cleared his throat. "James's animagus form was a stag." "Yes." Harry looked at the light where the Patronus had been. "Right," he said. "Does it?" Lupin stopped. "It's fine," Harry said, and it was. He had a complex relationship with the father he'd never known, which had been shaped by Daphne's careful political realism and Hermione's research and his own refusal to build a person from mythology. He knew James Potter had been talented and loyal and also had been unkind to people he'd considered beneath him when he was young, and that people were contradictions, and that loving someone's memory didn't require pretending they were uncomplicated. The stag was fine. It was a connection. He took it as that. He found Daphne that evening in the library and told her about the stag. She was quiet for a moment. Then, "Do you want it to be something else?" "No," he said, and was surprised to find he meant it entirely. She nodded once and went back to reading. He had, over the course of their 3 years at Hogwarts, developed a precise vocabulary for Daphne's silences. This one was the kind that meant, "I have no additional words because the situation doesn't require them and I trust you to understand that my presence here is the thing I have to offer." He had learned to receive it as what it was, which had taken most of first year and required recalibrating his expectations about what care was supposed to look like. The first time he'd told her something difficult and she'd said nothing and simply stayed, he'd thought she was being cold. The second time, he'd thought she was being efficient. The third time, he'd understood. Sirius Black appeared in Gryffindor Tower on a Wednesday night in November. Harry woke to the sound of screaming, not his own, though for a disoriented moment he wasn't sure, and sat bolt upright to find Ron standing on his bed yelling and pointing at the window, and when Harry looked, there was a thin-faced man with long dark hair and the specific quality of absolute stillness that he had come to associate with people who had been very afraid for a very long time and had run out of ordinary reactions. The man looked at Harry. Harry looked back. "Sirius Black," Harry said. The man flinched, not at the name, but at something in Harry's face. Harry didn't know what he looked like in that moment, but it was apparently not what Sirius Black had been expecting. "You look like James," Black said. His voice was hoarse, as though it had not been used for a long time and was not entirely sure it remembered how. "But your eyes are my mother's," Harry said. "Yes." He swung his legs off the bed. "Sit down. You look terrible." Ron had stopped screaming, mostly because Harry's complete lack of screaming had apparently short-circuited the appropriate social response. He stood on his bed staring. Several other boys in the dormitory were awake and silent with the stunned quality of people whose threat assessment was lagging. Harry sat in his desk chair and looked at Sirius Black, who had lowered himself onto the edge of the nearest empty bed with the careful economy of someone whose body had been through something significant and who is not entirely sure of its limits. "You didn't run," Sirius said. "Why would I run?" They think I know what they think," Harry said. "My father's best friend doesn't show up in my dormitory to kill me. If you wanted me dead, I'd have been dead at some point in the last 12 years. He paused. "Unless you're here about Pettigrew." Sirius went very still. Ron said, "What?" Harry kept his eyes on Sirius. "Peter Pettigrew is alive. He's an animagus, a rat, and you knew and you've been trying to get to him and everyone thinks you're here for me." He paused. "There's a rat in this dormitory that Ron has had for 3 years. Scabbers?" Ron's voice was very small. "Look at his foot," Harry said. "He's missing a toe. The same toe that was found in the street the night of Pettigrew's supposed death." The dormitory was very quiet. Sirius Black was staring at Harry with an expression that was doing several things at once, grief, and something like desperation, and underneath both of those something that Harry recognized because he'd felt it himself, arriving for him through letters when he was 7 years old in a cupboard, the specific sensation of being seen by someone who is not going to make you explain. "You already knew," Sirius said. It wasn't quite a question. "I figured it out last month," Harry said. "I was waiting for you to show up, because I assumed you would eventually and it seemed more efficient than going to find you." A silence. "James would have," Sirius stopped. Started again. "You're very like him." "People keep saying that and then mentioning my mother's eyes in the next sentence," Harry said. "I think I'm probably more complicated than either comparison." For the first time since he'd appeared at the window, Sirius Black's expression did something other than desperate or haunted. The corner of his mouth moved. "Yeah," he said quietly. "You probably are. Getting Scabbers confirmed as Peter Pettigrew required Hermione. Harry sent an owl to her common room at midnight, a short note that said only dormitory. Now if possible. She arrived, via a route that Harry understood she had mapped in first year and used regularly when necessary, at 12:40 with Crookshanks under one arm and the expression of someone who had been awake anyway. She looked at Sirius Black. She looked at the rat that Ron was holding at arm's length with the expression of someone who has been told his pet is a war criminal and hasn't fully processed this. She looked at Harry. "I assume there's a full explanation," she said. "Yes. Right." She set Crookshanks down. Crookshanks, who had been attempting to attack Scabbers since September with a persistence that Harry now understood was not random feline aggression but something more specific, made a sound and oriented toward the rat with focused intensity. Crookshanks has known since the beginning. Cats can sense animagi. She looked at Sirius. He's been trying to tell us. Brilliant cat, Sirius said. He really is. She crossed to the bed and crouched to look at Scabbers, who Ron was still holding with increasing reluctance. Missing toe. Right. And the coloring is unusual for a common rat. Actually, his lifespan alone is suspicious. Ron's had him since he was 3. She stood up. What's the plan, Harry? We need Lupin, Harry said. She looked at him. Because? Because Lupin is the last marauder. Because Pettigrew will be harder to deny in front of him. And because, he paused. Because Lupin deserves to be there. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, Daphne? I've got a note going out at first light. She'll meet us. He looked at Sirius Black, who was watching this exchange with the focused attention of a man trying to catch up to a situation that has moved faster than expected. You should eat something. There's food in my trunk. You keep food in your trunk, Sirius said. Old habit, Harry said simply. Lupin knew. He had known since September, Harry thought, had suspected since seeing the Marauders map, which Harry had used openly enough that the Dada professor had seen it and recognized the magic of his own making. The meeting the next morning, in Lupin's office with Sirius and Hermione and Daphne and Ron and the rat that was no longer a rat because Lupin and Sirius together had forced the transformation in a controlled and entirely legal way that produced Peter Pettigrew, small and sweating and terrified, from what had been Scabbers, was not neat. It was loud. It was tearful. Peter Pettigrew said things that were despicable and true and desperate and illuminating. Sirius Black said things that were furious and raw and 12 years compressed. Lupin said almost nothing until Pettigrew tried to run, at which point he produced a binding charm of such calm precision that Pettigrew was trussed on the office floor in about 2 seconds, and then Lupin said, quietly, "No, Peter," and that was all. Harry and Hermione and Daphne sat against the far wall through most of this. "This is a lot," Hermione said, at one point, quietly. "Yes," Harry agreed. "Pettigrew is more pathetic than I expected," Daphne said, at another point, even more quietly. "Pathetic can be more dangerous than threatening," Harry said. "Threatening people make big moves. Pathetic people wait for the right moment and take small ones." Daphne looked at him sidelong. "That's a very astute observation. I've lived with pathetic people." She was quiet for a moment. "Yes. You have." At the end, when Pettigrew was bound and Sirius was sitting in Lupin's chair with a cup of tea that he clearly did not know what to do with, Lupin looked at Harry across the room with an expression that was complicated in a specific way, not guilt exactly, but the cousin of it. "You knew already," Lupin said. "For about a month. You didn't come to me." "I didn't know if you'd believe me," Harry said. "You'd been carrying the official story for 12 years. Confirmation bias is a significant factor." He paused. "And I needed to be certain before I said anything." Lupin looked at him for a moment. "Dumbledore is going to hear about this." "Good," Harry said. "I was planning to tell him myself anyway. He's going to have questions about how you arrived at these conclusions. He can ask them." Harry stood up. "Sirius needs a healer. Lupin, can you contact St. Mungo's without going through ministry channels? Because if this reaches the ministry before we have time to arrange a proper hearing, I know someone," Lupin said. "Good." Harry looked at Pettigrew, who was lying on the floor not meeting anyone's eyes. "He needs to be somewhere secure until we can get this to the Wizengamot. Not Azkaban, they'll say he's an escaped convict, they'll move him before we can, my father," Daphne said. Everyone looked at her. She met their eyes with perfect composure. My father has a secure holding room at Greengrass Manor that predates ministry jurisdiction. Old magic. The ministry cannot remove someone from it without family consent, and he will not give consent until there is a formal hearing scheduled. She paused. He owes me a favor, actually. I've been saving it. Sirius Black looked at her with an expression of something that was approximately wonder, in a tired, battered, 12 years out of practice way. Who are you? Daphne Greengrass, she said. I'm one of Harry's soul bonds. Right, Sirius said, clearly processing this. Right. James would have had a lot of feelings about that. Would they have been good feelings? Hermione asked, with genuine curiosity. Sirius thought about it. Eventually, he said. The plan held for 11 days. 11 days of Pettigrew secured at Greengrass Manor under old magic containment, 11 days of Daphne's father making quiet Wisengamot inquiries through channels that didn't attract ministry attention, 11 days of Sirius Black recovering in a safe house Lupin knew in Hogsmeade while Hermione drafted the legal brief that Harry reviewed and Daphne's father revised with the specific precision of someone who had been practicing wizarding law as a side discipline for 30 years. On the 12th day, Cornelius Fudge came to Hogwarts. He came with 3 ministry officials and a Dementor and the specific energy of a man who has decided that the simplest available action is the right one. He had apparently been told, by someone, that Sirius Black had been located in the vicinity of the castle, and he had come to authorize the Dementor's kiss without waiting for anything else. Harry was in Dumbledore's office when the news arrived, which was either good timing or Dumbledore had arranged it that way. He was never entirely sure with Dumbledore, which was its own kind of information. He can't do that, Harry said immediately. Minister Fudge has the authority. Minister Fudge does not have the authority to authorize irreversible punishment for a man who has not had a trial, Harry said. Daphne's father has already filed a motion in Wisengamot Court for a formal hearing. That motion is on record as of yesterday morning. You cannot administer the kiss to someone who has an active legal motion filed in their name. Dumbledore looked at him. I had Hermione check, Harry said. Twice. And then Daphne's father checked, and he said, and I am quoting, this is essentially airtight, which means the minister will try to move before it can be formally served. And has it been formally served? Daphne's father served it last night at 11:30. A pause. He's very thorough. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, with a very specific quality of restrained amusement that he usually kept better contained than this, Sirius Greengrass served a Wisengamot motion at 11:30 at night. He said the timing was deliberate. He wanted it on record before Fudge moved. Harry paused. He also said, and again I'm quoting, the minister is a small man in a large chair and small men in large chairs move fastest when they're frightened, which I thought was insightful. It is rather, Dumbledore said. Can Fudge override it? Not without a Wisengamot majority. And not before the motion is formally heard. He looked at Harry over his glasses with the expression he reserved for moments when he was adjusting his understanding of a situation. You've been busy. We've been busy, Harry said. All 3 of us. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Harry. I want to say something. All right. Last year, in my office, I said I would tell you things. He paused. I have not told you everything I should have. He stopped. Started again, more carefully. I have made decisions about what you needed to know and when, and I have made those decisions based on what I believed was best for you, and I am increasingly aware that this is not, that I have been, managing me, Harry said. Not harshly. Just accurately. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes. You thought if you told me everything at once it would be too much. Yes. You thought I needed to be protected from information. Harry considered this. I understand why you thought that. I don't agree with it. No, Dumbledore said. I'm beginning to understand that you don't. He took his glasses off, clean them, put them back. There are things I know about Voldemort's methods of ensuring his own survival that I have not shared with you. I want to change that." Harry looked at him steadily. "The Horcruxes." Dumbledore went still. "What do you know?" "I know the diary was one. I know the concept, split soul, object as anchor. I know that a person who was planning to make himself immortal would not stop at one." He paused. "I've been trying to figure out how many, and what the other objects might be, and I'm not there yet, but I'm working on it." The silence in the office was dense and specific. 6, Dumbledore said quietly. He intended to make 6. "Which means there is a 7th piece of his soul still," he stopped. "Still somewhere," Harry said. "Yes." His voice was very careful. "Still somewhere." Harry sat with this. He sat with the particular weight of a piece of information that changes the shape of everything around it, that you already suspected but that becomes different when it is confirmed by someone who actually knows. "We'll deal with it," Harry said. "Harry, one at a time," Harry said. "The way we deal with everything." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. There was something in his expression that Harry had started to recognize over the last 2 years, a combination of genuine warmth and the specific grief of a man watching someone grow up in a direction that is not what he planned and being unable to decide if this is wonderful or terrifying. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I suppose you will." The time turner was not needed for Sirius. Daphne's father's legal motion held, Fudge was furious about it and could do nothing, and the hearing was scheduled for the 15th of December before a 12-member Wisengamot panel. Pettigrew was produced from Greengrass Manor under Old Magic escort, which meant that 3 Greengrass family solicitors arrived with a containment ward that 3 ministry officials could not penetrate without express legal authorization, and since the legal authorization would require acknowledging the containment's existence in a formal document, which would itself constitute acknowledgement that Pettigrew was alive, the ministry officials stood in the hall and made unhappy noises while Peter Pettigrew was transferred to Wisengamot custody. The hearing was not long. The evidence was comprehensive, assembled by Hermione and reviewed by Cyrus Greengrass and presented with the cool precision of someone who had been building the case for 2 months. Pettigrew confessed in front of the panel in the specific way that cornered people confess, not with remorse but with the relief of someone who has been carrying something for 12 years and has finally run out of strength to carry it. Sirius Black was exonerated on the 17th of December. Harry heard about it via a Patronus from Hermione, her silver otter arriving in the Gryffindor common room at 2 in the afternoon carrying her voice, which said simply, "He's free." It worked. The common room was noisy. Someone had brought butterbeer up from somewhere. Fred and George Weasley were doing something with fireworks. Ron Weasley was grinning the wide uncomplicated grin of someone who had processed a complicated situation and arrived at a simple positive conclusion. Harry sat in the chair by the fire and felt the marks on his wrists warm together. He thought about Sirius Black walking out of a courtroom free. He thought about 12 years of Azkaban for something he didn't do, and about the cold and the Dementors and the specific torture of that imprisonment, and about how none of it should have happened and the fact that they'd undone it didn't undo those 12 years, and about how some things could be fixed and some things couldn't and the distinction was important to hold clearly. He thought about his parents. He let himself think about his parents, which he didn't do often, not because it was too painful but because he'd learned to be careful with grief, to use it for fuel rather than letting it pool and stagnate. He thought about Lily Potter who was very good at it from the beginning. He thought about James Potter who had been a stag. He thought about a piece of Voldemort's soul still somewhere, and about 5 more Horcruxes, and about the shape of the war that was coming. Then Hermione came through the portrait hole, flushed from running, and Daphne was behind her, which was unusual. Daphne rarely came to the Gryffindor common room, but apparently on this occasion she had decided that the usual convention could accommodate an exception, and the noise of the room rearranged itself around the 3 of them finding each other in it. Hermione sat on the arm of his chair and Daphne took the chair beside him and for a moment none of them said anything, just sat in the particular shared quiet of three people who have done something difficult together and are on the other side of it. He sent a letter, Daphne said. Serious. To all three of us. It arrived at the manor this morning, my father forwarded it. She produced it from her bag. Harry took it. He opened it and read, and then read it again, because it was not a long letter and every line in it was carrying significant weight. I've been trying to work out what to say. 12 years is a long time to be somewhere terrible and then to come back out and find that 3 13-year-olds did what the entire Ministry of Magic could not do, apparently because they were paying attention. James would be insufferably proud. Lily would make tea and ask excellent questions. I am not going to be insufferably proud of you because you don't need that from me and I expect you'd find it annoying. What I am going to say is this: if you ever need someone who is legally your godfather and has been out of commission for 12 years and is therefore approximately 12 years behind on everything but is trying his best, I am here. I intend to be here for a while. Thank you, Harry. Thank the girls too. Pat foot. Harry set the letter down on the table. Pad foot, Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. Marauder name, Harry said. I know. I was just, she paused. He sounds like a real person in this letter. Not a fugitive or a symbol. Just a person. Yes, Harry said. He does. Daphne was looking at the fire. Harry looked at her profile, the precise set of her jaw, the quality of her expression in unguarded moments, which he had been quietly cataloguing for 3 years because Daphne Greengrass in unguarded moments was an entirely different person from Daphne Greengrass in public, and the difference mattered. She was thinking about something. What? He said. She glanced at him. My father said something when I told him the hearing outcome. She paused. He said, well done, Daphne. In the letter. Not well done to the legal team. Not well done in the abstract. To me, specifically. That's, Harry started. He's never said that before, she said. Simply. Without a bid for sympathy or a request for response. Just noting a fact. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, how did it feel? She thought about it honestly, which was the only way Daphne thought about things. Strange, she said. And good. In that order. He nodded. Outside the common room window, the December sky was going dark over the castle grounds, and somewhere across the wizarding world a newly exonerated man was breathing free air for the first time in 12 years, and somewhere considerably more distant something ancient and evil was gathering itself. And somewhere in the Department of Mysteries a file was being updated with new information about the soul-bonded boy who had just outmaneuvered the Ministry of Magic at age 13. In the Gryffindor common room, the fire burned and the butterbeer was passed around and Fred and George's fireworks went off in small golden bursts overhead, and Harry Potter sat between the two people in the world who knew him best and thought, with the specific clean clarity of someone who has decided what they are and what they're doing, good. Now what's next? Chapter 5, Fire and Declaration. The Goblet of Fire spat his name out on a Thursday evening and the great hall went so quiet that Harry could hear the parchment unfolding in Dumbledore's hands. He'd been watching it happen all week, the older students crowding around the age line that Dumbledore had drawn in a circle of golden dust around the goblet's plinth, the Beauxbatons students arriving in their powder blue silk, the Durmstrang delegation coming in like something from a very cold legend, Victor Crumb at their center with the specific contained quality of someone accustomed to being looked at. The tournament had been the only thing anyone talked about for a month. Harry had listened to it all with the detached attention of someone who is interested in the mechanics of a system without being invested in its outcome. He had not entered his name. He was 14 and he had, over the course of 3 years, developed a fairly comprehensive understanding of the gap between being famous and being valued, and entering a dangerous tournament for the purpose of further fame seemed like a use of his energy that compared badly to the other things he was working on. He had Horcrux research to do. He had Sirius to check on. He had the slow-building sense that something in the political climate was shifting in a way that would matter. So when Dumbledore read out the fourth name and it was his, the silence that fell over the great hall was nothing compared to the silence in Harry's own head, which was sudden and complete and accompanied by a clarity of cold anger that he had not expected. He stood up. Not because he was required to, or because he was swept along by expectation, but because sitting still with this felt physically impossible. He walked down the center of the great hall, feeling every eye in the room on him, hearing the whispers start before he'd passed the third table, and went through the door to the side chamber where Cedric Diggory and Fleur Delacour and Victor Crumb were waiting. They all looked at him when he came in. "Potter," Crumb said, carefully neutral. Fleur Delacour said nothing. She was looking at him with an expression Harry found interesting, not hostile, not welcoming, but focused in a way that was different from how she'd been looking at anyone else. Her eyes went to his wrists, briefly, and something moved across her face that he filed away to think about later. "There are supposed to be 3 champions," Cedric said. He looked uncomfortable, which Harry understood. Cedric was a genuinely decent person in the specific way of someone who has been raised to be fair and actually followed through on it. "There are supposed to be," Harry agreed. "You didn't put your name in," Cedric said, and it was not quite a question. "I did not." "Someone did," Cedric said. "The goblet wouldn't produce a name that hadn't been submitted." "No," Harry agreed. "Someone else did." The door opened and the adults arrived, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Moody, Karkaroff, Maxime, and trailing them Cornelius Fudge with the expression of a man who has arrived at a situation faster than his ability to process it. They all spoke at once, briefly, and then Dumbledore asked Harry how his name had come to be in the goblet, and Harry told him the same thing he'd told Cedric: he had not put it in. "The goblet is bewitched," Harry said, looking at Dumbledore directly. "Someone submitted my name through a separate entry point that bypassed the age line. Someone wanted me in this tournament." He paused. "The question is why?" The room was quiet. "He's right," Moody said, from the corner where he'd been standing with the stillness of a man who observes more than he participates. His magical eye was fixed on Harry with an intensity that Harry noted. Binding magical contract. The goblet's chosen him, refusing participation would cost him his magic. "Then I'll participate," Harry said. "Harry," Dumbledore started. "Someone entered me deliberately. I don't know who or why yet, but I will figure it out." He looked around the room, Karkaroff's displeasure, Maxime's careful neutral expression, Fudge's unhappy mouth. "I'll compete. And I'll be watching." Daphne found him before breakfast the next morning, which meant she had been awake before 5, which meant she had been thinking all night. She put a folded piece of parchment on the table in front of him without greeting and sat down across from him with her tea. He opened it. It was a list, not Hermione's kind of list, which was comprehensive and footnoted, but Daphne's kind, which was short and surgical. Who benefits from Harry in the tournament? Someone who wants him dead. The tournament kills people. Someone who wants him bound by magical contract. Someone who wants him in the same place as the other champions. Someone who wants the distraction. Who benefits from the distraction? Someone who needs attention on the tournament and off themselves. What requires Harry specifically? A ritual. The tournament is a cover. He read it twice. A ritual. The Triwizard Tournament is old magic. Blood magic, in its origins. The champion's blood from each school, the competition as sacrifice structure, the final task as, she stopped. If someone wanted to use a ritual that required a specific person's blood, entering that person as a champion is a clean delivery mechanism. Harry looked at the parchment. He thought about Horcruxes and pieces of soul and about the diary's black ink pouring onto the chamber floor and about the word somewhere that Dumbledore had used in October. "Voldemort," he said. "Or someone working for him," Daphne said. "Someone who is already here." "Moody," Harry said. She looked at him. "His eye was on me the entire time last night," Harry said. "Not the way everyone else's eyes were on me, not surprise or curiosity. Like he was checking something. Like he already knew I'd be there. He paused. And the real Moody, the actual Alastor Moody, has a file in every dark wizard research archive in Europe as the most paranoid, prepared, experienced Auror of his generation. A man like that doesn't get captured easily. If someone needed him out of the way, Polyjuice, Daphne said quietly. For a whole year, Harry said. Which requires access to actual Moody. Which requires him to be alive somewhere. I'll write to my father, Daphne said. He has contacts in the DMLE. If Moody was taken, there might be a trail. Don't put it in a letter, Harry said immediately. She raised an eyebrow. Someone is already watching closely enough to enter my name in a goblet from inside this castle, he said. Anything written is a risk. A pause. My father is coming to the first task to watch, she said. I'll tell him in person. He nodded. He looked at the parchment again. Then he looked at her. You worked out the ritual angle at what, 2 in the morning? 1:30, she said. You should sleep. You should stop telling me what I should do, she said, without heat. She picked up her tea. It comes from a place of genuine care, Harry said. I know, she said. It's still annoying. Hermione arrived at the library meeting with her own theory, which overlapped with Daphne's in 3 places and extended it in 2 others, and they spent 40 minutes comparing analyses with the focused efficiency of people who have been doing this for 3 years. The first task, Hermione said. Whatever it is, it's designed to be dangerous. The second and third progressively more so. But the danger isn't the point is getting Harry through all 3 alive and delivering him to a specific location for the third task. The maze, Harry said. The details of the tournament had been announced that week, a maze for the third task, enchanted and altered, the cup at the center. The maze is the delivery mechanism, Hermione confirmed. If someone has compromised the Dada Professor and has access to the maze's enchantments, they could direct the champion to a specific exit point, Daphne finished. Which could be a port key, Harry said. Silence. To wherever Voldemort is, Hermione said. They sat with that for a moment. Dragons, Harry said then. Hermione blinked. What? The first task. I overheard something near the champion's tent yesterday. One of the Beauxbatons girls was near Hagrid's hut at dusk and she heard something. I'm guessing dragons. He paused. It's dragons. Hermione stared at him. How are you calm about this? I'm not calm about it, Harry said. I'm just handling it. There's a difference. He leaned forward. I can fly. I've been flying since first year and I'm considerably better than anyone else in this tournament at it. I'm not going to fight the dragon directly, I'm going to make it about speed and positioning, get past it and get the egg. You'll need your broom, Daphne said. Yes. I can get a message to McGonagall, Hermione said. Indirectly. Through the right framing she'll advise you to use your strengths without it looking like, do it, Harry said. And I need Cedric to know about the dragons. Both of them stopped. Why? Hermione asked. Because Cedric is decent and he didn't do anything wrong by being selected and someone who knows about the task going in is less likely to be killed by it, Harry said. And because if I'm in this tournament for reasons that have nothing to do with wanting to be in it, then treating my fellow champions as competition rather than people seems like the wrong move. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. You're going to tell all of them. I'm going to tell Cedric and let him decide whether to tell the others. Krum won't need it, she said. He's trained extensively. Fleur, she paused. Fleur can handle herself. I know, Harry said. Something moved across his expression that was considering rather than dismissive. Daphne caught it. She's been looking at you. I know. She looks at everyone. She's part Veela. She looks at me differently, Harry said. Not with vanity, just noting it, the way he noted things. It's not the compulsion look. It's something else. Daphne and Hermione exchanged a glance. The trispiral, Hermione said slowly. If Veela compulsion genuinely doesn't register on you, if the mark literally prevents it from working, then from her perspective you're the only person in the room who isn't responding to something she can't turn off. She's curious, Daphne said. Or annoyed, Harry said. Probably both, Hermione said. The first task was everything and nothing like what he'd prepared for. He stood in the champion's enclosure listening to Crumb's crowd reaction, enormous, a wall of sound, and to Fleur's, slightly smaller but intense, the particular quality of a crowd that is watching something beautiful, and to Cedric's, warm and genuine, Hufflepuff turnout was apparently significant, and he stood with his broom in his hands and felt the marks on his wrists at a steady comfortable warmth that he had come to understand as something specific, the sense of being backed up. Not alone. He walked into the arena. The Hungarian horntail was larger than he'd expected. Most things were, in person. It was chained to a rocky outcrop in the center of the arena floor, and it was already watching him, had been watching the entrance since before he cleared the gate, with the specific intelligent hostility of something that has been put in a situation it resents and is deciding who's responsible. Harry looked at it for a moment. Then he mounted his broom and was in the air before the crowd fully processed what was happening. He moved fast, not straight at the dragon, but lateral, using the full width of the arena, drawing its head to track him, and when he had its attention fully fixed on his movement to the left he cut right and dropped 20 feet in 2 seconds and the golden egg was in his hand before the horntail's tail came around and he was already back up, already above the chain's reach, already circling to the high point of the arena where the horntail couldn't get any angle. The crowd sound hit him like something physical. He landed with the egg under his arm and the marks on his wrists blazing warm and bright, and the roar was enormous and slightly absurd, and he walked back through the gate with the specific quality of calm that comes from having done something correctly. Dumbledore was just inside the gate. He looked at Harry with the complicated expression that Harry had come to understand as Dumbledore's version of being genuinely surprised, which he worked very hard to suppress. 90 seconds, Dumbledore said. The lateral approach worked better than the direct one would have, Harry said. Dragons track motion instinctively to the last point of movement, if you give them a false point they follow it. Then you move off the arc. Dumbledore looked at him. You studied dragon behavior. Hermione found the book. Daphne identified the relevant chapters. Of course they did, Dumbledore said, quietly. Fleur Delacour found him in the medical tent. She came around the partition with the specific directness of someone who has decided to do something and is not going to manage it cautiously. She was composed, the particular composure of someone who is used to every room rearranging itself around her arrival and who has learned to carry this without either flinching or leveraging it, which Harry recognized as its own kind of discipline. She looked at him with the clear-eyed focus he'd noticed across the arena. Not the look she gave other people, the warm, slightly unfocused thing that he'd watched generate entirely involuntary responses in every male in the vicinity, including several who should have been paying attention to other things. This was different. Direct. Like she was looking at him rather than through the layer of whatever it was she usually projected. You knew about the dragons, she said. Her accent was precise and musical and she was not making it a question. Yes, Harry said. You told Cedric Diggory. Yes. Not us. There was an edge to it, but it was the edge of someone who is being honest rather than accusatory. I told Cedric and asked him to decide whether to tell you. He decided to. He paused. Did he? He came to me first, she said. Before he told Crumb. He said you insisted he make the choice. She studied him. Why? Because I don't make other people's choices for them if I can help it, Harry said. She was quiet for a moment. Her eyes dropped to his wrists, visible, as they always were now, the marks clear against his skin. He watched her look at them. The marks, she said. Yes. I felt them, she said carefully. From the first day. When you walked into the great hall for the opening feast. Something about them felt like, she paused, choosing her word. Resistance. As if they were telling me something was unavailable. She met his eyes. I am not accustomed to unavailable. I imagine not, Harry said, without cruelty. It is strange, she said. My magic, the Veela part, it responds to people automatically. It is not something I control, it is simply something that is. With you it simply does not engage. She tilted her head. And yet you are still the most interesting person in the tournament. The dragon thing, Harry said. The dragon thing, she agreed, and the corner of her mouth moved. And the fact that you look at me like I am a person rather than a phenomenon. You are a person. Many people understand this intellectually, she said. Fewer manage it practically when I am standing in front of them. She held out her hand. Fleur Delacour. He shook it. Harry Potter. I know who you are, she said. I know. I'm sorry about that. She raised an eyebrow. Sorry that you are famous? Sorry that the fame means people decided who you were before you walked in the room, he said. It's a specific kind of inconvenient. She looked at him for a long moment. Yes, she said, and something in her voice had shifted, not warmer exactly but more genuine, the layer of practiced elegance receding slightly. It is. She released his hand. The egg. Have you opened it? Not yet. It screams, she said, with the expression of someone reporting a fact. Open it underwater. It makes more sense that way. He looked at her. I have a grandmother, she said simply, who was a merperson for 3 years before she became Veela. Family history has its uses. He almost laughed. Thank you. We are not competing to die, she said. We are competing because we are here and we have no choice. This is different. She turned to go. Your soul bonds, I saw them at breakfast. The Greengrass girl watches everything and the Granger girl reads everything. Yes, Harry said. They are formidable, Fleur said. Not flattery. Assessment. Yes, Harry said. They are. She left. He sat in the tent with the golden egg and thought about the advice, and thought about her, and thought about what it meant to be seen clearly by someone who normally didn't need to look. He told Daphne and Hermione about the conversation that evening. Hermione's response was, she told you to open it underwater? That's, a pause. I was going to get there. I had 3 more research routes to try, but I would have, I know you would have, Harry said. She gave it away freely. She did. Hermione thought about this. I think I might like her. You'd find her interesting, Harry said. She's precise in the same way Daphne is, but differently applied. Daphne, who had been listening with her characteristic stillness, said, she told you the marks felt like resistance. Yes. That's the old magic speaking, she said. Soul brand trispiral. Any claim-based magic that encounters it registers it as an obstacle. Veela compulsion is instinct-based, which is essentially the oldest form of claim magic there is. She paused. What she described, the unavailability, it's not rejection, it's just an accurate report of what the magic is saying. You can't be compelled. You can't be claimed. What's left is just, you. Which apparently she finds interesting, Hermione said. People find genuineness interesting, Harry said, when they're not used to it. That's a very insightful observation, Daphne said. I have them occasionally. More than occasionally, she said, and went back to her book. The Yule Ball was Hermione's idea. Not attending, they were all going, Hermione with a Ravenclaw 4th year named Alexander Rowe who was quiet and clever and could keep up with her in conversation, which Harry understood was the primary criterion, but the specific way of attending it. Together, she said, at the November library meeting. The three of us. Harry as champion means we enter together. All three of us, from three different houses, as a unit. She looked at him and then at Daphne. It makes a statement. We've been making a statement since first year, Harry said. This is a more formal statement. In front of the whole school and the tournament delegations and the press. The press will be there, Daphne said. Not a question. The Daily Prophet, at least 2 other wizarding publications, and a foreign correspondent from the French magical press, which is primarily interested in Fleur Delacour. Hermione's voice was matter-of-fact. If Harry walks in with both of us, the story writes itself. What story do we want it to write? Daphne asked. That he's not alone, Hermione said. That he has people. That anyone who wants to get to him goes through us first. She paused. And that the soul bond is real and public and not something anyone can manage quietly. Daphne looked at Harry. He looked back. The Ministry's interest in the soul bond research, he said. You're thinking if it's public enough, visible enough, it's harder to do anything quietly, Daphne confirmed. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Harry thought about it for all of 3 seconds. All right. All right? Hermione looked slightly surprised, as though she'd been expecting more resistance. Yes. All right. He paused. Though I should mention I have no idea how to dance. I'll teach you, Daphne said. You know how to dance? My mother insisted, she said, in a tone that conveyed the entirety of what my mother insisted meant in the Greengrass household without requiring elaboration. He learned to dance in the room of requirement on 3 consecutive evenings in December, Daphne teaching with the same precise patience she brought to everything, Hermione watching from a conjured chair with Crookshanks and occasionally offering commentary that was technically useful and occasionally just commentary, and by the 3rd evening Harry could waltz well enough that Daphne said, "That will do," which he had learned to understand as high praise. On the 3rd evening, during the last dance of the session, Daphne let the formal teaching posture relax slightly, the instructor's careful distance becoming something else, something more like 2 people who are actually dancing rather than practicing dancing, and Harry was aware of it as the shift it was, and aware that she was aware, and aware that neither of them said anything about it, which was itself a kind of saying something. When the music Hermione had enchanted from a small charmed music box stopped, Daphne stepped back with her usual composure and said, "You'll be fine," and picked up her bag. Harry looked at her. Daphne. She looked back. "Thank you," he said. "Not for the dancing. Or not only for the dancing." She held his gaze for a moment. "Don't step on anyone's feet," she said, and left. Hermione waited until the sound of her footsteps faded and then said, without looking up from her book, "She's trying very hard not to feel things she's already feeling." "I know," Harry said. "You could, when it's time," Harry said. "Not as a reaction to a ball or a moment. When it's right." Hermione turned a page. "That's very mature. Daphne would call it strategic." "It's both," Hermione said. The Yule Ball entrance was everything Hermione had calculated it would be. Harry walked in at the front of the champions' procession with Hermione on his left and Daphne on his right, and behind him Cedric Diggory caught his eye and gave him a small appreciative nod, and beside Cedric, Victor Crumb looked at the 3 of them with the evaluating expression of someone who knows what he's looking at, and across the procession Fleur Delacour glanced at them and something moved across her face that was close to approval. The hall had dressed itself magnificently, ice sculptures and silver light, the enchanted ceiling showing clear winter stars, tables instead of the 4 longhouse configurations, the whole space rearranged into something that felt like a different version of itself. The championing couples processed down the center and Harry walked it with the easy directness that he'd been walking everything with for the last 3 years, not performing calm but simply not being afraid of the room. He felt the eyes. The whole school, 3 delegations, the press table at the side with 3 reporters and their quick quotes quills, he felt all of it, and let it be what it was, and did not shrink or posture or make himself different for the audience. The marks on his wrists were visible. He was wearing robes that Daphne had selected, dark green, which she'd argued was better than the traditional Gryffindor red for his coloring, and she had been right about this with the authority of someone who was right about most things she decided were worth an opinion, and his shirt cuffs were short enough that both marks showed clearly at his wrists. Someone at the press table wrote something. Harry noted it. The first dance was champions only, and Harry danced with Hermione, which made perfect sense as a practical matter and also, in the context of the Soulbond's public visibility, made a statement that Daphne had endorsed as strategically correct. He danced with Hermione and she was better at it than she'd let on, and when he said so she said, "I've been practicing since September," and he laughed. Then the floor opened and Daphne was there. He crossed to her, and she met him without ceremony, no coyness, no performance, just standing there in dark blue robes with her hair up and her marks visible at her wrist, the Vinanthorn pattern catching the silver light, and she looked at him the way she'd been looking at him for 3 years, which was with the clear-eyed directness of someone who has decided you are worth looking at clearly. "Your form improved," she said, as they began to move. "Good teacher," he said. "Don't be sentimental. It's a fact." She was quiet for a moment. Around them the floor was filling, other couples, other music, the great hall turning on its evening axis. "The prophet photographer took 2 shots when we entered," she said. "I saw. By Monday the story will be structured around the Soulbond as either a political angle or a curiosity piece, depending on which editor picks it up." "Either works," Harry said. "Either works," she agreed. The music shifted to something slower and she adjusted without comment, and Harry thought about what he'd told Hermione, "When it's right," and thought about Daphne's half-millimeter expressions and her 1 degree of slack in the chamber and her dancing in the room of requirement and the specific quality of her attention when she looked at him. "Daphne," he said. "Yes," she said. "I'm not going to do anything about this right now," he said. "Because we're in the middle of a tournament that is actively trying to kill me and the situation with Voldemort is building and the timing is bad." She was quiet. "But I want you to know," he said, "that when the timing isn't bad, Harry," she said. "Yes? I know," she said. The same word she'd used in the chamber, with the same weight. "I've known for a while." He looked at her. And I'm not going anywhere," she said. Simple. Absolute. The Daphne Greengrass version of everything. He nodded once. She nodded once. They danced. The second task was underwater and he was prepared for it. He went in with gillyweed sourced by Neville Longbottom, who had developed an extraordinary relationship with plants that Harry had been encouraging since 2nd year because it seemed important to encourage people's actual strengths, and he found the underwater village, and he found what they'd taken, and he came back up with 2 people rather than 1 because he was not leaving a 10-year-old girl on the bottom of a lake regardless of what the task rules said. He'd taken Gabrielle Delacour up alongside Ron. Fleur had not made it past the grillweed barrier. A Grindylow had grabbed her ankle and she'd had to pull back. Harry had found Gabrielle and taken her. He didn't deliberate about it. A child was there and he was there and that was the complete arithmetic of the situation. Fleur was on the bank when he surfaced, and she grabbed Gabrielle the moment Harry got her to the edge, and the French words that came out of her were too fast and too raw for Harry to follow but the quality of them was entirely clear. Then she looked up at Harry, who was still in the water, spitting out lake water and catching his breath. "You took her," Fleur said. "When I could not, you would have," Harry said. She stopped. Her eyes were very bright. "You did not need to." "Yes I did," he said simply. She stared at him for a moment longer. Then she reached down and gripped his wrist, his right wrist, Daphne's mark, and pulled him out of the water with a strength that surprised him, and she did not let go immediately, and when she did it was with the deliberate release of someone deciding to release something, not someone finishing an action. "You are very strange, Harry Potter," she said. "I've been told." "It is a compliment," she said. The only people who tell you it isn't are people who find strangeness inconvenient. The third task. He went into the maze on a clear June evening with the school watching from the stands and Daphne and Hermione visible in the Hogwarts section, Daphne standing, which was unusual for her, arms crossed, eyes following him with a focused intensity that he could feel across the distance. Hermione sitting very still beside her, which was unusual for Hermione. He looked at them for a long moment before the maze entrance swallowed him. They looked back. He went in. The maze was what Daphne had predicted, enchanted, directed, someone's hand on the controls. He felt it twice in the first 20 minutes, paths clearing ahead of him that should have stayed closed, obstacles that activated when he went right and dormant when he went left. Steering him. He let it steer him, because he knew the exit was wrong and he needed to know where wrong led. He found Cedric at the center, injured, a slashing hex across his shoulder, recent, someone in the maze had hit him deliberately, and he helped Cedric up and Cedric said the cup and Harry looked at the cup. A portkey. Definitely a portkey. Don't touch it, Harry said. Cedric stared at him. It's the tournament prize. It's a portkey. Someone steered both of us here, I've felt it the whole maze, paths were being managed. The cup is the delivery mechanism. He looked at Cedric steadily. Someone wants to get me to a specific location. I can't let you come with me. You're going to touch it deliberately? Cedric said. I know what I'm walking into, Harry said. Or approximately. I need to be ready before I get there. He reached into his robe and produced the preparation he'd brought, a compact, charmed case that Hermione had prepared for him, keyed to his magic, containing specific things for specific scenarios. Give me 30 seconds. Cedric watched him, wide-eyed, as Harry opened the case and prepared. How did you know? Cedric asked. 3 people working on it since October, Harry said. Take the back path out of the maze, the one that's been closed, it's actually clear if you push on the left side of the third hedge. Someone closed it deliberately to funnel us here. Go. Cedric looked at him. Be careful. I'll be careful, Harry said. He touched the cup. A graveyard. Cold, old, a village somewhere, gravestones in rows, a dark sky, and a figure waiting. Pettigrew, smaller and more wretched than the memory of the Lupin's office floor, but Pettigrew unmistakably, carrying something bundled in cloth that was making sounds. And then the cauldron, the ritual, the words, and Harry was tied to a headstone and his arm was cut and his blood was in the cauldron and the thing that rose from it was Voldemort, not the shade or the fragment or the echo, but the actual thing, restored, pale and cold-eyed and deliberate. Harry looked at him. And the marks on his wrists blazed white. Not the warm hum of normal, not the gentle heat of Hermione's snowflake or the steady burn of Daphne's vines. Both of them together, simultaneous, every line of both patterns incandescent against his skin, so bright that Pettigrew took 3 steps back and Voldemort's red eyes went to Harry's wrists with the specific expression of someone encountering something they had researched and still didn't fully understand. Curious, Voldemort said. His voice was everything the diary's voice had been and more, deeper, drier, the voice of someone who had been intelligent for a very long time and had never found it a particularly comfortable experience. Soul brands. I've read about them. Most people have, Harry said. The red eyes moved to his face. There was a brief, assessing silence. You're not afraid, Voldemort said. I'm afraid, Harry said. I'm not paralyzed by it. An interesting distinction. He raised his wand. Crucio. Harry was ready for it. Not immune, no one was immune to a cruciatus, but ready. He'd spent 6 months building occluding walls inside his mind, not the formal occlumency of textbooks but his own version of it, which Hermione had described after reading 3 books on the subject as structurally unusual but functionally effective, and the cruciatus hit the walls rather than the open center of his mind, and it still hurt, badly, the way pain always hurts regardless of preparation, but he stayed on his feet and did not scream. Voldemort looked at him with something that was not quite surprise but was close. Interesting. You said that already, Harry said. The red eyes narrowed. And then, not rage, not the operatic malevolence Harry had expected from the mythology, something colder and more specific. Curiosity. The calculated attention of someone who has built their entire existence on understanding power and has encountered something that doesn't slot into his understanding immediately. You've been preparing for me, Voldemort said. I've been preparing for a fight, Harry said. You're the most likely opponent. Most likely. The word seemed to interest him. You've considered others. I consider everything, Harry said. The duel that followed was not clean and it was not brief and it was not, contrary to what the story would later suggest, primarily magical. It was partly magical, wands, spells, the specific physics of a graveyard at night with an audience of Death Eaters maintaining the perimeter, and partly the application of everything Harry had been building since he was 7 years old in a cupboard learning to read people. Voldemort was brilliant. Harry had never doubted this and did not doubt it now. He was also, Harry had concluded from a comprehensive reading of his history, a person who had spent so long being the most powerful person in any room that he had lost some of the adaptive reflex of someone who expects to be challenged. He fought like a man who expects to win. Harry fought like a man who expects to survive. When Priori and Cantidum connected their wands, the golden web of shared cores, the beads of light on the thread, the reversal of spells, Harry held it. He held it with everything he had and more, the marks blazing on his wrists, and his father's shape walked out of the end of Voldemort's wand, and his mother's, and they were not real but they were something, and they said, "Run when it breaks." He ran. He hit the port key, a backup one he'd prepared with Hermione, linked to the Hogwarts grounds boundary, a small coin in his pocket, and the graveyard yanked away and the school grounds rushed up and he was on the grass and the port key was gone and Voldemort was gone and the June evening was cool and real around him. He lay on the grass and breathed. The marks on his wrists were so warm they were almost hot, both of them, steady and fierce and present, and somewhere on the other side of the castle walls he felt, not through magic, just through the knowledge of people you know completely, that Hermione had stood up, and that Daphne was already moving. He let them come. When they found him on the grass at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, he was sitting up, his robe torn, his arm bandaged with the emergency compress from Hermione's case, his expression that specific clear thing that it got when he had moved through something and was on the other side and taking stock. Hermione dropped to her knees beside him and put both hands on his face and looked at him with the focused terror of someone who has just been very afraid and is now making sure the thing they were afraid of hasn't happened. "I'm all right," he said. She stopped. He was there. Voldemort was, "He's back," Harry said. "In a body. Real. It happened tonight." He met her eyes. "I'm all right. I got out." She made a sound that was not quite a word and pulled him into her arms, which was not something Hermione did casually, and Harry held on because it was offered and because the graveyard had been real and cold and he was glad to be on warm grass in June. Daphne arrived 30 seconds later and crouched in front of him. She looked at his wrists. Both marks, still bright, though fading back to normal now. She looked at his face. She looked at the tear in his robe and the compress on his arm and the specific quality of his expression, which she knew better than almost anyone. "He used your blood," she said. "Yes." "For the ritual." "Yes." "Then the protection your mother's death created, is in him now," Harry said. "I know. We'll work out what that means." He looked at her. "Not tonight." She held his gaze. He could see her doing what she did, processing everything simultaneously, the strategic and the emotional, filing both, and then she put her hand on the back of his neck briefly, a touch that lasted 3 seconds and meant more than most people said in paragraphs, and then she let go and sat back. "Good," she said. "We'll work it out." Above them, the castle blazed with light. The stands were in chaos, everyone trying to understand what had happened, officials rushing. In the distance, Dumbledore was moving fast across the grounds with his robe streaming and his expression doing something Harry hadn't seen before, something close to fear. Harry looked up at the castle. At the lights. At the June sky above it. He was alive. Voldemort was back. Everything that had been building was going to accelerate now, the Ministry's denial, the pressure, the war that everyone who was paying attention knew was coming. He looked at Hermione, who was still sitting close, and at Daphne, who was already thinking. "Right," Harry said. "We need to make a plan." Hermione looked at him for a moment with an expression that was exhausted and fond and fierce. "Now?" "Not right now," Harry said. "Tomorrow. Tuesday through Thursday meeting," Daphne said. Tuesday through Thursday meeting, Harry confirmed. Above them, the castle burned with light against the dark sky, and the summer night moved around the three of them on the grass, and Harry Potter let himself, for exactly this one moment, simply be 14 and alive and held between two people who would not let go. Then he stood up. "Come on," he said. "There's a lot to do." Chapter 6, The Shape of War. The Ministry's official position, delivered via a 4-page statement in the Daily Prophet on the Monday following the third task, was that Harry Potter had suffered a psychological episode consistent with tournament stress and had fabricated the account of Voldemort's return in a bid for continued public attention. Harry read it at breakfast with the same expression he used when he was reading something technically incorrect and calculating the most efficient way to establish that fact. He set the paper down. "They're going to make this a credibility war," Hermione said from across the Ravenclaw table. She'd come to sit with him and Ron this morning, which she did occasionally when things were significant enough to override the house convention she usually maintained. She had her own copy folded to the relevant page, 3 passages already underlined. Fudge's statement includes the phrase attention-seeking behavior twice. The second usage is in a direct quote. "I saw," Harry said. "They're frightened," Daphne said, appearing behind Hermione and sitting down with the composure of someone who has decided that house table assignments are a convention rather than a law, which she had apparently decided sometime in 3rd year and acted on regularly enough that even the most tradition-minded Slytherins had stopped visibly reacting to it. Fudge and everyone around him. Not of Voldemort, of the implication that Voldemort is back. Because if Voldemort is back, then everything Fudge has built his political career on, the argument that the threat is gone, that the stability is real, that nothing difficult is on the horizon, collapses. "So they'd rather he not be back," Ron said. "They'd rather not believe it," Daphne said. "Which is different. You can choose what to believe. You can't choose what's true." "They'll go for him," Harry said. He was looking at the table, thinking, in the forward-leaning way he thought about things that were actually moving. "Not Voldemort directly. Me. If they can discredit what I saw, they don't have to deal with what it means." "Umbridge," Daphne said. Harry looked at her. "There's a woman in the Ministry, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. She's been Fudge's instrument of institutional control for the last 8 years. When Fudge needs something managed inside an established structure, she manages it." Daphne's voice was measured. "My father mentioned her last year when the soul bond registration issue came up. She was the one who renewed interest in the Department of Mysteries files. She suggested the inquiry." The table went quiet in the specific way that it did when a piece of information connected several other pieces. "She's coming here," Harry said. "Not a question." "Almost certainly," Daphne said. "Fudge will want oversight of Hogwarts. He won't trust Dumbledore to manage the narrative. He'll install someone." "What does she want?" Hermione asked. "Control," Daphne said. "But more specifically, she wants the soul bond classified. Restricted. She wrote a brief to the Department of Mysteries 2 years ago proposing that soul bonds be registered as Class 1 magical anomalies, which would place the bonded parties under Ministry oversight indefinitely. She wants to own us," Harry said. "She wants to own you," Daphne said. "We're peripheral. You're the point. Harry looked at her. Then at Hermione. He thought about the summer ahead and the summer after that, and about Voldemort in a graveyard moving like a man who had all the time in the world, and about Pettigrew's radish loyalty, and about the 5 remaining Horcruxes and the conversation he still needed to have with Dumbledore about what somewhere actually meant. "All right," he said. "Then let's talk about what we're going to build." The summer between 4th and 5th year was the most productive 3 months of Harry's life. He spent the first 2 weeks at Sirius's house, Grimmauld Place, which was dark and needed significant cleaning and had a portrait that screamed, all of which Harry found more interesting than distressing, and the Order of the Phoenix operated out of the kitchen in the specific organized chaos of people who are trying to do something important and are not entirely sure yet what shape that something should take. Harry went to every meeting he was allowed into, and into 2 he wasn't, not because he was being defiant but because the information being shared was information he needed, and asking permission for it felt like accepting that the decision about what he needed was someone else's to make. He sat in the kitchen one evening beside Sirius, who had taken to Harry with the specific relieved warmth of someone who had been given back something they thought was gone and didn't intend to waste it, and across from Moody, the real Moody this time, recovered, angular and watchful, and around them the order moved. Dumbledore was at the head of the table. He looked at Harry when Harry came in and said nothing about his presence, which Harry had learned to read as deliberate permission, the thing Dumbledore did when he'd made a decision he wasn't going to announce. "The Horcruxes," Harry said, when there was a pause in the discussion about Death Eater movements. The table went quiet. "There are 5 remaining," he said. "We destroyed the diary in 2nd year. That was 1. The others, I've been working on the likely objects." Dumbledore. He looked at the headmaster. "You've been researching this longer than I have. What do you know?" There was a brief pause that Harry understood as Dumbledore making a decision about transparency in a room of adults who he usually controlled the information flow to. "The locket of Slytherin," Dumbledore said. "The cup of Hufflepuff. The diadem of Ravenclaw. His snake, Nagini." He paused. "And 1 other." "The 1 other," Harry said. Dumbledore met his eyes. "Yes. The night in the graveyard, Voldemort used my blood. He said something. He said it was an irony that he had to use the blood of the one he tried to kill." Harry looked at the table. "He said it like it was funny. Like there was a joke in it he was the only one who appreciated." The kitchen was very still. "The night my parents died," Harry said slowly, thinking it through aloud, "something survived. Voldemort's spell rebounded. He lost his body. He lost everything except the pieces of his soul that were lodged in objects." He paused. "But what if there was an extra piece? What if the rebounding destroyed something else, the piece he was carrying with him, and that piece transferred somewhere in the explosion of magic? Somewhere it wasn't supposed to go?" Sirius had gone very still beside him. Moody's magical eye was fixed on him. Dumbledore said nothing. His expression was the most careful Harry had ever seen it. "Me," Harry said. "It transferred to me. The night he tried to kill me, a piece of Voldemort's soul lodged in my scar." He looked up. "I'm a Horcrux." The kitchen was absolutely silent. Then Sirius said, very quietly, "No. It fits," Harry said. "The connection, I can feel his emotions sometimes, see through his eyes. The parcel tongue. The scar hurting when he's near. Those aren't just scar effects, they're a connection between 2 souls in proximity." "Harry," Dumbledore started. "I'm not asking for confirmation," Harry said. "I'm telling you what I know." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "And I want you to tell me what you know. All of it. Not the version you've decided I can handle. Everything." The table waited. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at Sirius, at Moody, at the room. "Yes," he said quietly. "You are correct. Sirius made a sound that was not a word and stood up and walked to the window with his back to the room. "And you've known for how long?" Harry asked. "Since your second year," Dumbledore said. "When Voldemort's snake showed abilities consistent with Horcrux manifestation. I confirmed my suspicion here," he tapped his temple. "More recently. But you didn't tell me." "No." He did not qualify it. Did not explain it. Just met Harry's eyes with the specific honesty of a man who has decided, in this moment, to stop managing. "Because if I knew," Harry said, "I'd know what it eventually means." Yes. The kitchen absorbed this. To destroy Voldemort, Harry said, someone would have to destroy all the Horcruxes, including the one in me. He said it in the same voice he used for everything, level, clear, looking at it straight. "Which would mean, Harry," Sirius said from the window. "I'm working it out," Harry said. "Let me work it out." He thought for a moment. "But the protection. My mother's protection, her sacrifice, it lives in my blood. Voldemort took it into himself in the graveyard. He anchored it to his own life. Which means while he lives, I live. That's a loop." He looked at Dumbledore. "And the Horcrux in me, if Voldemort is destroyed, does the Horcrux go with him? If the soul piece is severed from its source, that," Dumbledore said very carefully, "is the question I have been trying to answer." "That's what the snake is for," Harry said suddenly. "Nagini. She's the last Horcrux he made deliberately. All the others are objects, stable, permanent. But he made her a Horcrux recently, which means he chose something living on purpose. Why choose something that can be killed? Unless you're creating a redundancy. Unless you want the system flexible in case," he stopped. "In case something unexpected had already become a Horcrux. He knew about me. Somehow. He knew there was an unintentional piece in me and he compensated with Nagini." Moody said, from across the table, "That's a very long chain of logic." "Is it wrong?" Harry asked. Moody looked at him with his real eye for a moment. "No," he said. "It isn't." Daphne arrived at Grimmauld Place with her father in the third week of July. Cyrus Greengrass was exactly what 4 years of Daphne's letters had led Harry to expect, a man built along the same lines as his daughter but 15 years more practiced, with the same precise quality of attention and the same economy of word and a handshake that communicated everything a handshake could communicate about someone's assessment of the situation and their intended position within it. He looked at Harry for a long moment and then said, "You worked out the Horcrux question yourself?" "Yes," Harry said. "Dumbledore told me last night. He told me you'd reached the conclusion independently. It follows logically from the available evidence." Cyrus was quiet for a moment. "My daughter has been corresponding with you for 4 years," he said. "Yes. I read those letters. Not all of them, some of them she keeps private, which I permit because she has earned the right to privacy through consistent good judgment." He paused. "The ones she shared with me were illuminating." "What conclusion did you reach?" Harry asked. The corner of Cyrus Greengrass's mouth moved in a way that was clearly inherited. "That you were going to be either an extraordinary ally or an extraordinary problem, depending on whether anyone was foolish enough to try to manage you." He paused. "I decided early on to avoid being foolish." "I appreciate that," Harry said. "The soul bond," Cyrus said. "I've been protecting it legally for 4 years. The registration attempts, the Department of Mysteries inquiries. I've blocked 6 separate ministry motions." He held Harry's gaze. "I want to know your intentions. Towards Daphne? Towards all of it? The war? My daughter's involvement in it? The bond?" Harry looked at him steadily. "I intend to end Voldemort. I intend to do it on my own terms with the people I choose around me, not the people who've been deciding things on my behalf for 15 years. I intend to keep Daphne and Hermione as safe as I can while respecting that they are not mine to protect against their own choices." He paused. "And regarding your daughter specifically, I intend to be worthy of what she's already given me, which is 4 years of herself, and when the timing is right I intend to make that explicit." He met Cyrus's eyes without flinching. "I won't ask your permission for that because it's not mine to ask and it's not yours to give. But I wanted you to know." A long silence. Cyrus Greengrass looked at him with an expression that was several things layered together, and then he said, very quietly, "Astoria thinks you're the best thing that's happened to Daphne since she was 3 years old and stopped being afraid of the dark." "Astoria is perceptive," Harry said. "She is," Cyrus agreed. "She gets it from her mother." He extended his hand again. "I'll continue blocking ministry motions." Harry shook it. "Thank you." Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts on the 1st of September as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, and she brought with her a particular quality of institutional malice that Harry had encountered in a different register in the Dursleys but not in a person who also had power over his daily life. She was small and pink and wore bows and spoke in a voice that had a specific kind of sweetness layered over the specific kind of coldness that knows it holds the advantage and does not intend to release it. She reminded Harry of a very dangerous confection, something designed to look harmless that had something wrong at its center. He assessed her in the first 10 minutes of her welcome speech at the sorting feast and catalogued what he found: authoritarian instinct, institutional loyalty above personal principle, high tolerance for wielding discomfort as a tool, and genuine ideological conviction, not a lackey but a believer, which was more dangerous, because lackeys could be separated from their patron and believers just found another cause. She gave the welcome speech about ministry guidelines and the theory of magic and the importance of a structured learning environment, and Harry sat and listened with his face doing nothing at all. Hermione, across the hall at the Ravenclaw table, was reading the speech with the expression she got when something made her angry in the productive direction. Daphne, at the Slytherin table, was not looking at Umbridge at all. She was watching the staff table, specifically the faces of the teachers who were watching Umbridge's speech, cataloguing their reactions. After the feast, they found each other in the corridor, which had become their version of the old library meeting, looser, more mobile, the three of them moving through the castle and talking in the way they talked now, which was the way people talk when they have been talking to each other for 7 years and have run out of the need for formality. "She's going to go after you first," Daphne said. "In the first class. She'll need to establish authority and you're the obvious challenge point." "I know," Harry said. "Don't get detention on the first day," Hermione said. "I'm not going to start anything." "You don't have to start anything. Your existence is provocative to people who need compliance." "That's a very specific observation," Harry said. "I've known you for 7 years." He smiled at that, the specific smile he had for Hermione when she was being precise about something and right about it simultaneously. "I'm not going to hide what happened in the graveyard. If she teaches theory instead of practice and tells students that the dark arts aren't a real threat, you'll say something," Daphne said. "I'll say the accurate thing," Harry corrected. "Which is that people in this school have a right to know what's coming and how to defend themselves against it." Daphne looked at him. "She has the authority to make your year extremely unpleasant." "She has the institutional authority," Harry said. "That's not the same thing as actual power." A pause. "You've been thinking about that distinction," Daphne said. "Since the ministry tried to register the bond in 3rd year," Harry said. "Institutional authority requires the compliance of the people it's applied to. The more people comply, the more power the institution has. The less they do, the DA," Hermione said. Both of them looked at her. She had the expression she got when an idea arrived fully formed and she was delivering it as a conclusion rather than a proposal. Dumbledore's Army. A student defense group. Practical instruction, outside Umbridge's class, outside her oversight. She was already working through it, the way she worked through things, not linear but branching, covering multiple angles simultaneously. "You teach." "Harry. You've been building these skills since you were 10 years old and you're genuinely better than almost anyone here at Practical Defense. If Umbridge is going to deny students real teaching, we teach them ourselves, Harry said. Hermione, Daphne said, who organizes it? We all do, Hermione said. But structurally, you, Harry said. You organize it. I teach the practical. Daphne handles security and intelligence, making sure it doesn't get back to Umbridge before we're ready. Daphne was quiet for a moment. The hog's head is too exposed, she said, already moving into planning mode, which happened with the efficiency of someone who has been trained to think operationally. There needs to be a space that is inherently secure and can accommodate variable numbers. Something the castle itself might offer. The castle has rooms that appear when you need them, Harry said, thinking of the room of requirement. He'd used it for the dancing lessons and the occlumency practice and 2 other things besides. Literally. There's a room on the 7th floor, the come and go room, Daphne said immediately. My mother mentioned it. Old castle magic. It exists in response to genuine need. That's our location, Harry said. Hermione already had parchment out, which she'd produced from her bag with the speed of someone who keeps parchment accessible at all times for exactly this kind of moment. We need a core group we trust. People who will keep it quiet and who will take it seriously. Neville, Harry said immediately. Luna Lovegood. Ginny. The twins. The twins are a security risk of their own kind, Daphne said. The twins are also extremely capable in ways that don't show up in their grades, Harry said. Their hexes are better than half the 6th years I've seen. He paused. Cho Chang, possibly. Several of the Hufflepuffs who trained for the tournament. And we should approach the Slytherins carefully. Daphne looked at him. There are people in your house, Harry said, who know Voldemort is back because their parents came home that night and were different. Who are being prepared for service in a war they may not have chosen. He held her gaze. If we can reach them, that's a longer game than 1 school year, she said. Yes, Harry said. It is. She thought about it for a moment. I'll manage the Slytherin approach personally, she said. Nobody else can do it without making it worse. I know, he said. She nodded. Then we start. Umbridge's first class was exactly what Harry had expected, and he walked into it with the specific quality of patience that comes from knowing a confrontation is coming and having decided to let it come naturally rather than force it. She taught from a ministry-approved textbook. Theory only. No wands. Safe, structured, ministry-approved information with all the useful edges filed off. When she got to the part about how there was no evidence that Voldemort had returned and that claims to the contrary were the result of political motivation rather than fact, Harry put up his hand. She looked at him with her small pink smile. Yes? I was there, Harry said. The class went very still. I beg your pardon, she said, in the sweet voice. In the graveyard. I watched the ritual. I watched him come back. I dueled him. He said it evenly, without heat. Teaching students that the Dark Lord hasn't returned when the evidence indicates he has seems like the kind of thing that could get someone killed. The sweet smile didn't move, but something behind it did. The Ministry of Magic has determined. The Ministry of Magic's determination is a political position, not a factual one, Harry said. Those are different things. Mr. Potter. The sweetness had thinned slightly. I would ask you to be careful about making unsubstantiated claims. I have a scar on my arm from where Peter Pettigrew cut me for the ritual, Harry said. Pettigrew, whom you'll remember we proved was alive in the 3rd year. The blood was used to restore Voldemort's body. This happened on June 24th. I came back via Portkey. Dumbledore can confirm the events of that night. He paused. I'm not asking you to change the textbook. I'm noting for the class that the textbook is incomplete. The silence in the classroom was dense and specific. Umbridge's expression had done something that was not the sweet smile and not its replacement, it was the transition between the two, which was informative. Detention, Mr. Potter. This evening, 5 o'clock. All right, Harry said. He went to detention. He already knew about the blood quill from an older student in the Order who had been through Umbridge's previous ministerial work, and he had spent the night before preparing for it in a specific way, a pair of dragon hide gloves charmed to be invisible against his skin, a thin layer of magical barrier that would not prevent the cutting but would limit the depth, and a healing compound in his robe pocket that Hermione had prepared and that he applied in the corridor outside the office. Afterward, standing in the cold stone quiet with his hands still burning, thinking about everything that the quill represented and what it meant that she was using it, he told Hermione and Daphne the next morning. Hermione went white and then very red, which was her version of the kind of anger that didn't shout. She used a blood quill on a student, she said, very carefully. On a student in her first week. That's illegal under 3 separate, she's done it before, Daphne said. My father has the records. She used them during her tenure at the ministry for disciplinary purposes. Nobody stopped her because she had Fudge's backing and the people she used them on were, she stopped. They were people the ministry considered expendable. I'm going to document it, Harry said. Every session. Evidence. Date, time, the words she makes you write, the depth of the cut, photographs if we can manage it. He looked at Hermione. Can you develop a charm that photographs evidence? I already have one, she said. I made it in 3rd year for the serious documentation. Of course you did, Harry said. Then we document everything. Umbridge operates on the assumption that she won't be accountable for this. When the time comes, it becomes evidence in a formal complaint, Daphne said. It becomes evidence, Harry confirmed. We don't react to her. We build a record. That requires patience, Hermione said. I've been patient since I was 7 years old, Harry said. I can manage 1 year. The DA met for the first time on a Thursday in October. 26 students in the room of requirement, which had arranged itself as a large, matte-floored practice space with mirrors along one wall and a supply cabinet that had apparently stocked itself with the specific materials required for defensive spell practice, because the castle, Harry had come to understand, was paying attention in its own way. He stood at the front of the room and looked at 26 faces, Gryffindors and Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, and 3 Slytherins that Daphne had approached personally, all 3 of whom stood slightly apart and slightly tense in the way of people who aren't sure yet whether they've made a correct decision. Here's what we're doing, Harry said, without preamble. Umbridge's class teaches you the theory of defense without the practice. The theory is useless if you meet something dark and can't produce a spell. He looked around the room. This is the practice part. We're going to start with shield charms and work up. If you're already competent with something, tell me and I'll test you and we'll move on to what you actually need. Neville Longbottom put his hand up. How do you know what we need? I'll watch you cast and I'll see, Harry said. I've been watching people cast since 1st year. I can tell. Neville nodded slowly. One rule, Harry said. What happens here doesn't leave here. Not to Umbridge, not to anyone outside this room. Not because we're doing anything wrong, we're practicing defensive magic, which is explicitly legal, but because Umbridge will shut it down the moment she can, and we need time to actually be useful before that happens. He looked at the 3 Slytherins. One of them, a tall 5th year named Marcus Avery, who was in the specific situation of having a father in Azkaban from the original Death Eater arrests and a clear-eyed understanding of what that meant for his own future, met his eyes without looking away. You have questions, Harry said to Avery directly. Why would you trust Slytherins? Avery said. Flat, honest. I wouldn't trust anyone based on their house, Harry said. I trust based on what I can see. You're here. You came. That tells me something. He paused. It tells me you've thought about which side of this war you want to be on. Avery was quiet for a moment. And if I haven't decided? Then you're still here, Harry said. Which means part of you has. He turned to the class. Shields first, he said. Partner up. The months moved fast with the kind of forward momentum that happens when people are doing something real. The DA grew, not dramatically, because Daphne managed the recruitment with the precision of someone who understood that quality was more important than numbers and that a loose roster was a security risk. By December they were 31 and Harry could measure the improvement in every person who came consistently, could feel the room change when he walked in from the tentative energy of October to something sharper, more confident. Neville Longbottom disarmed Harry in a practice duel in November. It happened clean and fast. Neville had been working on it for 3 weeks. Harry could see the specific construction of the moment in retrospect, the way Neville had been building toward it, and Harry was on his back on the mat with his wand several feet away, and the room went completely silent. Harry looked up at the ceiling. Then he sat up. Good, he said. Neville stared at him. You've been setting that up since last Thursday, Harry said. You watched how I moved to the right when I'm following a feint and you used it. That's excellent strategic thinking. He stood up, retrieved his wand. Do it again. Don't let me recover the same way. The room exhaled. Then it got to work. Daphne found him afterward, when the session was done and people were filing out. She'd been watching from the side rather than participating. She attended every session but she practiced separately with Harry because her dueling style was different enough that training with the general group was less productive for her. Neville disarmed you, she said. Yes. You didn't look surprised. I wasn't surprised, Harry said. I was watching it develop. I let it happen because he needed to know it could. He tucked his wand away. People fight better when they've already succeeded once. Daphne was quiet for a moment. You've been thinking about that. About people? Harry said. About what they need versus what they think they need. It's a useful gap to understand, Harry said. Neville needed to believe he could beat someone genuinely good. What he thought he needed was more practice with the disarming charm. The actual practice was cover for the actual need. Yes. She looked at him with the specific quality of attention that she gave things she was filing for later. You're going to be a remarkable teacher. I'm 15, Harry said. Yes, she said. You are. She picked up her bag. The Slytherin situation is developing. Avery has been talking to 2 others in his year. Not recruitment, just talking. Processing. She paused. One of them is the not boy. Theodore. His father is still out, never got arrested. He's more complicated. What does complicated mean? It means he knows exactly what his father is and has been living inside that knowledge for 15 years and has never been given a reason to choose differently. She met Harry's eyes. He came to me yesterday. He wanted to know if the offer was real. What did you tell him? I told him it was real and it was his choice and there was no pressure. She paused. He said he'd think about it. Good, Harry said. Let him think. She nodded. She was about to go and then stopped. Harry. Yes? She turned around. She was standing in the middle of the room of requirement in the half-light, the practice mats behind her, her bag over one shoulder, and she was looking at him with the expression he'd been cataloging for 4 years, the unguarded one, the one that cost her something. What you said to my father over the summer, she said. He waited. About when the timing is right, she said. Yes, he said. I've been thinking about timing, she said. About what bad timing actually means. She held his gaze with the clean direct courage of someone who has decided to be honest because they've concluded that waiting is its own kind of cost. We're in a war. The timing is never going to be good. Voldemort is somewhere building something. The Ministry is actively working against us. The year is getting harder. She paused. If I'm waiting for a moment that is uncomplicated, there won't be one, Harry said. No, she said. There won't. He crossed the room. He stopped in front of her and looked at her, really looked at her, the way he'd been quietly looking for years, at the precise set of her jaw and the intelligence in her eyes and the way she carried herself like someone who has decided to be exactly who she is regardless of the cost of it. I meant what I said to your father, he said. I know, she said. And I don't need it to be uncomplicated, he said. I just needed it to be a choice and not a reaction. Is this a choice? She said. Yes, he said. Is it yours? Yes, she said. It has been for a long time. He kissed her. She kissed him back with the same precision she brought to everything, not tentative, not performed, just entirely present in the way she was present when she decided something was worth being present for, and the marks on their wrists were blazing warm against each other where his hand was at her arm, and the room of requirement stood quietly around them in the way old things stand when they've been waiting for something for a long time and it's finally happened. When they pulled back she looked at him with an expression that was the unguarded one all the way, no composure, no layer, just Daphne. Good, she said, and it carried about 15 different meanings. Yes, he said. She picked up her bag. She walked to the door and then stopped and turned around. I'm going to tell Hermione tonight. I assumed, Harry said. She'll have thoughts. She always has thoughts. She's been predicting this since fourth year, Daphne said. She's going to be insufferable about being right. We'll manage, Harry said. The corner of her mouth moved. Then she was gone. Harry stood in the room of requirement alone for a moment, in the warm quiet of it, and thought about the timing and the war and the Horcruxes and the long road ahead, and thought about the marks on his wrists, snowflake and vine, cold and growing, truth and protection, and about the fact that he was 15 and alive and had two people in the world who would not go anywhere. He turned off the lights and walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The final confrontation with Umbridge came in April. It came not with a dramatic accusation or a direct assault but with the specific collapse that happens when someone has been documenting quietly for 8 months and the documentation is suddenly relevant. Umbridge had tried to sack Trelawney. Umbridge had tried to sack Hagrid. Umbridge had been given the title of High Inquisitor by the Ministry and had used it to make Hogwarts into something that felt like an occupation, with educational decrees posted on every wall and an increasingly frantic need for control that Harry had watched and catalogued and waited on. She overstepped with Dumbledore. Dumbledore left the school rather than be arrested, vanished, characteristically, in the middle of the Ministry officials coming for him, with the specific flair of someone who has been doing impossible things for so long that impossible is just his register, and Umbridge became headmistress. And the castle immediately began expressing its opinion by ensuring that doors opened wrong and staircases rerouted themselves when she walked them. The centaurs and the forest were Hermione's solution. Harry had been working on the direct approach, building the case against Umbridge, preparing the documentation, calculating the moment, and Hermione had been building the parallel track, which was the specific humiliation of a person whose power depends on institutional prestige encountering something that the institution has no authority over. The centaurs, Hermione said, at the March meeting. Bane specifically. He has no interest in human politics and significant interest in protecting the forest's sovereignty, and Umbridge has been making noise about the forest boundary since November. You want to lead her into the forest, Daphne said. I want her to follow Harry into the forest when she thinks she has him cornered, Hermione said. And I want her to encounter something that doesn't care who she works for. Harry looked at her. That's cold-blooded. She's been cutting your hand open since September, Hermione said, and her voice was entirely level. He was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. All right. It happened in May. Umbridge found the DA's meeting room through an informant, Marietta Edgecombe, whose betrayal Hermione had planned for with a specific countermeasure that produced a very visible response on the betrayer's face and meant the damage was limited, and she found Harry in the corridor with the expression of someone who has finally cornered the thing she's been chasing. Harry led her into the forest. He did it without appearing to lead her, appearing to run, appearing to be caught, drawing her in with the specific technique of someone who has thought carefully about a person's vanity and its relationship to their judgment. She followed with 2 ministry officials who were not prepared for the forest at night, and they encountered Bane, and they encountered the herd, and what happened in the forest was not something Harry planned in detail because the centaurs did not take direction and he had no expectation that they would. He had relied on the principle that Umbridge would not be able to stop herself from doing exactly the wrong thing when she encountered something that didn't defer to her. She called them half-breeds. The forest took care of the rest. She was carried out of the forest by Dumbledore, who had returned with the specific timing of someone who had been watching from somewhere close and waiting for the moment, and taken to St. Mungo's for what was described officially as exhaustion and what was actually the specific shock of a person whose entire worldview had been forcibly revised by centaurs. She did not return to Hogwarts. The Department of Mysteries. Harry had known it was coming. The dreams had been building for months: Voldemort, the corridor, the door, the thought of something he needed that was there, something important. He'd been shielding it, the occlumency walls he'd built in second year and reinforced every year since, but Voldemort was patient and deliberate and had been probing at the connection steadily since his return. The night it happened he was ready, because Daphne had told him in February that if you were being shown something consistently and clearly, the question was not how to stop seeing it but how to verify it. "It's a lure," she said, in February, when he'd told them both about the dreams. "He wants you in the Department of Mysteries. He's been crafting this vision for months. The prophecy, whatever he wants from it, he needs you to bring it to him." "Then we go," Harry said. Hermione had looked at him. "Harry, he thinks he's setting a trap," Harry said. "He doesn't know I know it's a trap. If I can get into the Department of Mysteries and control the situation, the trap is not the point," Daphne said. "The lure is not real. Whatever he's showing you about Sirius in danger, it's constructed." "Probably," Harry said. "But Sirius is real and I'm not assuming the vision is false." He looked at both of them. "I'm going in aware. With backup. And I am going, because if there's a version of this where Sirius is actually in danger and I stayed home because the odds said it was probably a trick," Hermione said nothing. "Because there was nothing to say. Because they all knew." "The DA," Daphne said. "We take who we trust." "Neville," Harry said. "Luna. Ginny. Ron." He paused. "Theo not." They both looked at him. "He came to Daphne in October," Harry said. "He's been in the DA since November. He knows the Department of Mysteries layout. His father worked there briefly before the First War." He met Daphne's eyes. "You trust him?" "I trust what I've seen him do over 6 months," she said carefully. "That's enough," Harry said. They went on a June night, 7 of them, Harry and Hermione and Daphne and Neville and Luna and Ron and Theo not, through the ministry entrance and down through the levels, moving through the Department of Mysteries with the focused efficiency of 7 people who have been practicing together for 8 months. The prophecy room. The shelves of glowing spheres. His name, Voldemort's name, on a sphere at the end of the second row. He picked it up. The Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, 12 of them, Lucius Malfoy at the front, his pale face arranged in the precise expression of someone who has prepared a dramatic reveal and intends to see it through. Harry looked at him. Then he looked at the 12 Death Eaters. He looked at Bellatrix Lestrange, Sirius's cousin, Voldemort's most devoted, the one who had given Neville's parents their long terrible years in St. Mungo's, and at the Ring of Wands and the space they had to work with and the architecture of the room. "Daphne," he said quietly. "Left pillar, 3, she said, at the same volume. "Hermione, right? 2 clear and 1 incoming," she said. "Neville." "Ready," Neville said, and his voice had that quality it had developed since November, not the hesitant Neville of first year but someone who has been told repeatedly that he is capable and has finally started to believe it. Luna. The one with the hat is going to move left in about 3 seconds, Luna said, in her usual conversational tone, as though she was noting an interesting bird. She was right. The fight in the Department of Mysteries was not clean or brief, and it was nothing like a classroom session, because real combat never is, and the Death Eaters were experienced and brutal, and several of them were very good. Harry moved through it the way he moved through everything now, with the specific quality of attention that didn't freeze under pressure, that processed fast and chose faster, that had been built over 15 years of being in situations where noticing things was the difference between bad outcomes and worse ones. He did not carry the fight alone. That was the thing that would not make it into the official account. Hermione took down 2 Death Eaters with a combination of stunners that was textbook DA training applied under real pressure. Daphne held the left flank for 11 minutes against 3 opponents with a controlled, elegant style that was unlike anything Harry had ever seen in a classroom, precise and merciless and perfectly efficient. Neville, with a broken nose from a ricocheted hex and blood on his face, disarmed Dolohov. Luna, in the specific way of someone who is not afraid of things that frighten other people, simply walked through the chaos doing damage and seemed entirely at ease. Theo Knott, standing at the edge of the room, watched his father. Rookwood, not Rookwood, got the prophecy sphere. It shattered. The prophecy didn't matter. Harry had already known what it said. Dumbledore had told him, finally, everything, the full version, in the spring, with the specific honesty of a man who has decided that secrets are more dangerous than truth at this stage. Neither can live while the other survives. He'd carried it for months. He'd stopped letting it weigh on him sometime around Christmas, because weight was something you put down when you could and carried efficiently when you couldn't, and did not let crush you either way. Bellatrix killed Sirius. She sent the spell and he fell through the veil, and the archway stood there with its tattered curtain, and Sirius Black was gone, that fast, that final, the specific finality of someone alive one moment and then not, and Harry stood on the other side of it and felt the specific quality of grief that was clean because it did not have a complicated relationship with the person it was for. He felt the marks on his wrists blaze up, both of them, simultaneous, responding to something that he understood was his pain rather than danger, the bond doing what the bond did, which was register what he felt and be present for it. He turned around. Bellatrix was running, laughing, and Harry ran after her, and in the atrium, with the ministry around them and the fireplaces blazing green, something happened in his chest that was not the cold controlled anger of his usual mode but something rawer, and he cast a cruciatus that connected, and he felt the wrongness of it immediately, the difference between a spell cast from want to hurt and a spell cast from everything else. And he let her go. Voldemort arrived. And then Dumbledore arrived, and what happened between them was something Harry watched from the floor where Bellatrix's fall had sent him, the 2 most powerful wizards of the age in the Ministry atrium, light and dark, old magic and older magic, and Voldemort doing to Dumbledore what he'd done to Harry in the graveyard, trying to possess him, reaching in through the connection, and Harry said, no. Not to Voldemort. To the piece of Voldemort inside him. The Horcrux. The unintentional piece. He pushed it back with everything he had, not hatred, not fury, but the specific thing that the marks on his wrists had been teaching him for 8 years, which was the weight of being chosen by something that could not be argued with, claimed, or overridden. The Trispiral. Cannot be claimed. Not by Voldemort either. The connection collapsed. Voldemort staggered. In the atrium, ministry officials were flooding through fireplaces, and Fudge was there, finally, unable to pretend, looking at the evidence of Voldemort's presence with the expression of a man whose life has just become significantly more complicated. Harry stood up. Voldemort was gone, apparat with Bellatrix in the second of chaos, gone before anyone could move. Dumbledore was standing in the center of the atrium looking exhausted and entirely himself. Ministry officials were everywhere. Fudge was making noises. Daphne reached Harry first. She was bleeding from a cut on her temple and her left sleeve was torn, and she walked through the crowd without looking at anyone but him, and she said nothing, just looked at him with the unguarded expression, checking. "I'm all right," he said. "Sirius," she said. "I know," he said. She put her hand on his arm and left it there, and that was what she had: presence, steady and real, the specific gift of someone who knows when words are wrong for the moment. Hermione came through the crowd a moment later, Ron leaning on her, a bad gash on his shoulder, both of them intact, and she looked at Harry with red eyes because she'd been crying and wasn't pretending otherwise, because Hermione's version of strength had never required pretending. "He was good," she said. "Sirius. He was really good." "He was," Harry said. Around them the ministry reorganized itself, the first acknowledgement of reality in a year, and Harry stood in the center of it, 15 years old, marked, soul-bonded, aching for a man who'd been free for only 1 year, and thought about what came next. He met with Dumbledore the following week. Not in the headmaster's office with its familiar chaos of silver instruments and portraits of sleeping headmasters and the particular quality of a room that has held important conversations so long it has developed an opinion about them. In the hospital wing, where Dumbledore sat in the chair beside Harry's bed with none of his usual careful presentation, just an old man in a plain robe, looking at Harry with the expression of someone who has run out of positions to maintain. "You pushed him out," Dumbledore said. "Yes. The connection between you and the Horcrux. You severed it deliberately." "Not severed," Harry said. "Pushed back. It's still there. But I can control the direction now." He looked at the ceiling. "When we find the other Horcruxes and destroy them," his anchor points weaken. "When they're all gone, the one in you remains," Dumbledore said. "The one in me remains," Harry said. "And I go to him. And I let him try to kill me." Dumbledore was very quiet. "The protection my mother created," Harry said. "It's in his blood now, he took it into himself. He's my anchor the way I'm his anchor. If he kills me, the piece of his soul in me dies. But I survive because I'm anchored in him." He paused. "It's a loop. You've been thinking about this since the graveyard." "I've been thinking about this since the second time you said somewhere and didn't finish the sentence," Harry said. He looked at Dumbledore directly. "You were going to send me to die." A pause that lasted a long time. "I hoped," Dumbledore said, very carefully, "that if you went to him willingly, knowing that the Horcrux in you would be destroyed and you would survive. I believed the protection created a loop that would preserve you." He met Harry's eyes. "But I was not certain." "No," Harry said. "You weren't. And I was afraid," Dumbledore said, "that if I told you, and I was wrong, you would die knowing that I had known and chosen not to tell you." Which seemed," he stopped. "Worse than just sending me," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. Very quietly. "Which I am not proud of." Harry looked at him for a long moment. He thought about Sirius. He thought about the year just past, Umbridge's quill and the DA and the Department of Mysteries and the specific cost of everything he'd walked through. He thought about 7 years old in a cupboard being told that everything would be explained when he was old enough, and about the letters that had made that waiting survivable. "I'm not going to tell you it's fine," Harry said. "Because it wasn't fine. You made decisions about my life that weren't yours to make and people were hurt because of the gaps you left." He paused. "But I understand why you made them. And I need you with me for what comes next, so I'm choosing to move forward rather than stay in this." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "Can you be honest with me from here on? All the way honest. No managed information." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "Yes," he said. "I can." "Good," Harry said. "Then tell me everything you know about the remaining Horcruxes." Dumbledore told him. Summer arrived. Not gently, with the specific sudden quality of the British summer that goes from grey to warm in the space of a week, the castle grounds going from bare to lush, the light extending itself in long golden evening arms that reached across the lake and the grounds and into the open windows of Gryffindor Tower where Harry sat reading. He was going to Grimmauld Place. Sirius's house, which was now his house, because Sirius had named him in a will drafted during the year that Sirius had apparently been thinking about the future with the particular focus of someone given a second chance. The house was dark and needed work and had a screaming portrait, and it was going to be fine. Hermione was going home for the summer and coming back in August. She'd already owed him a reading list that was 8 pages long, which he'd read and written back, "This is excessive." She'd written back, "All 8 pages are relevant." He'd written back, "Fine." She'd written back, "I love you, obviously." He'd written back, "Obviously," and meant it with his whole chest. Daphne was going to Greengrass Manor. She'd been standing with him at the top of the astronomy tower on the last evening of term, the two of them in the late June light, watching the grounds below and the lake and the forest and all of it. "Theo's coming to the manor," she said. Harry looked at her. He asked if he could spend part of the summer away from his father's house. "I asked my father. My father said yes." She paused. It was not an easy conversation. "Theo or your father?" "Both," she said. "Theo has been carrying things for 15 years that he needs to put down. My father required convincing that this was an investment rather than a risk." She looked at the lake. "He came around. He usually does, when the argument is good." "The argument was good," Harry said. "Yes." A pause. "Theo wants to help with the Horcruxes. He knows about them." "He knows about one," she said. "I told him enough to give him the choice. He has access to his father's library, which apparently has things in it that normal people don't have. He thinks there might be relevant information." Harry thought about this. About the expanding circle of people who knew, who were choosing, who were making the decision to be on the right side of something that was going to get significantly worse before it got better. He thought about Neville, who had blossomed into someone he never would have been without the room they gave him. About Luna, who moved through the world at her own frequency and was valuable for exactly that reason. About the 3 Slytherin students in the DA who had been the hardest one and were now, Harry thought, the most committed. "Good," he said. "Tell him yes." Daphne turned to look at him. The evening light did things to her face that were entirely unfair and she was entirely unaware of them, which was also characteristically Daphne. "We're going to win this," she said. It was not a question and it was not a pep talk. It was the Daphne version, a fact delivered, an assessment reached, a statement of where the weight of the evidence pointed. "Yes," Harry said. "We are." She leaned into him slightly, the specific degree of lean that meant she was choosing to be close rather than needing to be held, and he put his arm around her shoulder the same way he had in the Chamber of Secrets 2 years ago, and she did the same thing now that she'd done then, which was to stand rigid for 3 seconds and then let some specific tension go. "In the morning," she said. "In the morning," he confirmed. They stood there until the light went off the lake and the first stars came out over the castle, 2 of the 3 of a thing that couldn't be claimed or managed or broken, looking at the world they were going to change. In Oxfordshire, Hermione Granger was finishing a letter with a reading list attached and thinking about the year ahead. In Wiltshire, Cyrus Greengrass was reading a legal brief and preparing to file another motion in Wisengamot Court, because someone had to, and he had decided sometime around his daughter's first year that he was that someone. In London, in a dark house that needed work, Creature was cleaning a room because someone had asked him to, which was something that had never happened before and which was making him, in his old complicated way, something approaching cooperative. And somewhere in Britain, in a body that ached at its edges, Voldemort was thinking. He was always thinking. That was the thing about him, the thing that made him dangerous, the thing that could not be underestimated. He had been outmaneuvered at the ministry and he was recalibrating, the way he always recalibrated, cold and patient and ancient in his malice. But he was recalibrating around something he didn't fully understand. The boy with the tri-spiral. The marks. The girls who moved with him like an extension of his will. The network being built at school that should have been manageable and wasn't. The legal architecture that kept blocking ministry interference. The pattern, the years-long pattern, of Harry Potter meeting every situation he was put in and emerging from it slightly more himself, more capable, more connected, more decided, rather than ground down by it. Voldemort was very old and very patient and very intelligent. But he had been, for so long, the most powerful thing in any room he entered, and that had cost him something. The adaptive instinct of someone who expects to be challenged. The humility of someone who knows they can lose. Harry Potter had been underestimated since he was 15 months old and left in a cupboard. He did not intend for that to continue. The summer evening spread out over Britain, over the castle and the lake and the forest, over the grounds where 6 years of becoming had happened, over the road ahead which was long and difficult and entirely worth walking. Harry Potter was 15 years old and he was not hiding and he was not afraid and he was not alone. He was just getting started.